Ooh. Thank you. Yeah, that's better now. We're now moving to the agenda approval. We're moving to additions, deletions, or substitutions. Are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions from anyone on the dais?
Yes, Chairman, we'd like to remove 12D and push that to a subsequent.
Which item is that?
That is the item that Mr. Wilkins put on there. It was his item, 12D.
David David? Oh, no, I put that one on there. And we've put that off quite a few times.
Okay.
Which one is it? 12 what?
12D,
12D?
D, yes.
D. Yes.
Yeah, we put it off at least 3, 4, 5 times, and I think that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
please let the record reflect that City Attorney Don Wynn is present.
okay, thank you. Okay, as a matter of fact, when we ended our last meeting, we agreed to put it on this meeting. That was the only item that we didn't address, and I would like to move that to the top of the agenda so we can deal with that early. Right after, right before 12A. Yes. And I also want to add the discussion of the awards and presentations meeting. We never discussed the details of how we were going to actually carry that through. And the mayor and I know others wanted to have that discussion about the details, about the agendas and all the other good stuff. Are there any further changes?
Mr. Chair, would that be item 12F?
I'm sorry?
Would it be item 12F for the awards and presentations?
Yes, do we have a 12E?
12D. 12D.
I'm sorry, 12E, I apologize.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, it will. Are there any other additions, substitutions, or deletions? If not, I will accept the motion to approve the agenda as printed.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Spiritus
Second.
and seconded by Councilwoman Davis Bernier. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call the question. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier? Yes. Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton?
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
So could she, I'm sorry, Chair,
Yes.
could she reread the items that were added?
Yes, Councilperson
But
Lanier?
go ahead.
For discussion and deliberation, item 12D has been moved before item 12A, and that is the continued discussion of the Mayor Ronnie Felder inquiry into employee complaints. Item 12E was added, which would be the last discussion item, awards and presentations, meeting discussion. Mr. Chair, please let the record reflect that Mayor Douglas Lawson is present.
Chair.
Vice Chair Spiritus.
Yes, I'd just like to disclose that George Gentile will be giving a presentation tonight and that he does work for a private development project that I'm working on in Lake Park.
Okay, we're going into the consent agenda and doing that portion. That is where we will have an opportunity to reveal any disclosures. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
We have two public comment cards, one on item 3C, one on item 3D. The acceptance of public comment cards on the consent agenda is closed.
okay. We are moving to the consent agenda. Are there any items that the council want to pull from the consent agenda? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Before we do that, are there any disclosures that any of the colleagues would like to reveal before we approve the consent agenda? Hearing none, Dr. Spiritus, Vice Chair Spiritus, your disclosure is noted,
Yes, thank you.
and we're ready to entertain a motion to
So
approve.
moved.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus
Second.
and seconded by Councilwoman Davis Bernier. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I call a question. Madam Clerk.
Chair, we have comment cards on consent, item 3C and item 3D.
Please call the public comment.
The first speaker is Diane Lewis.
Good evening, Mayor, Chair, and members of the City Council. My name is Diane Lewis, and I'm here tonight to express my heartfelt support and appreciation for the City of Revere Beach Reentry Program. Under the leadership of Director Ori Bullard, this program is doing an outstanding job in our community. Director Bullard and his amazing team are helping individuals who are returning home overcoming barriers, reconnecting to their families, obtaining needed resources and more, and move forward towards dignity and hope. I want to give a special shout out to Sean, Jessica, Malcolm, Tiana, Willie, and Mr. Newbold, along with Mr. Ori, for their commitment and their hard work and willingness they're doing in the community. As we partner together with them, I am encouraging other churches, other faith-based organizations, and the community to go and support this outstanding organization. I especially encourage everyone to support their car wash every Friday. Stop by, have your car wash, meet the team, and show these hardworking individuals that Riviera Beach supports their progress and success. Director Ori Bullard and the entire reentry program team, please know that your outstanding work is seen, valued, and deeply appreciated. You are helping to restore lives, strengthen families, and build a safer and stronger Riviera Beach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Cindy March.
Good evening, Council. Cindy March. The resolution for the City Council to approve for a 3-year contract for the kids. I'm in agreement with that. The only thing, and I don't want no one to feel like I'm being biased by no one, and I love what the kids are doing because they are our future for tomorrow. But can we please acknowledge some other children as well that's not affiliated, and knowing Kashama Miller or Douglas Lawson, let's not leave them kids behind as well. I do want to thank you all for doing a great job with our kids.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker.
Mr. Chair, that's in the public comment.
Okay, I would entertain, the
We have
motion
a-
was made, and now it's time
Chair, call the vote, please.
to move the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Pannier? Yes. Councilperson Lanier? Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton?
Yes,
It passes with Councilperson Lanier out.
thank you. We're going to move down to awards and presentations now. The first is 6A is State Representative Javon Edmonds here. If not, we'll move to 6B, 2GHO. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title, please?
Mr. Chair, the awards and presentations were under item 6B. 2GHO will provide a status update on the progress at Dan Callaway Park.
Mayor and council members, for the record, George Gentile, I'm Vice President of Gentile & Co. We are the consulting team working on your Callaway Park, as we've been here a few times giving you updates on the master planning. And from your last council meeting, I understand you'd like an update periodically, and we have committed to work with Terrence and the team to bring you an update as we go through this process for the Dan Calloway Park.
Okay. Before you get started, Mr. Gentile, I'm gonna let you go through your
Yeah,
presentation.
and I'd be glad to answer any questions
Yeah,
afterwards.
it's not a question, it's just to enlighten you that, the whole project is a focus, but particularly the pool.
Yes,
That is what really generated this 2-week update. The residents want to know about the status and the timing of the pool.
very good. That's what I'm hoping to give you. So
Okay,
we have been working diligently with your staff since we were contracted initially to start the master planning process. And we have been working with the school board to finalize the land swap that you all are working with them on for your other facility here, the new city hall. We just received on August 13th their initial revised site plan, and we have resolved with them in a meeting the property that will be swapped from Callaway Park to the school board, that then they will give you the property here for the new city hall site. So that's the first thing that we have started revising the master plan to incorporate the school design, because they have to work together. You all are sharing some of the facilities. They're contributing to your community center, and we have to also share parking. So we've been working to put the two plans together, which I'll show you here where we are today. And then we are now preparing the master plan and the phase 1 site plan for entitlement review, since we have to go through your planning and zoning department, and it will eventually come to you for final approval as we go through the entitlement process and the approval process with the city. We have established a pre-application meeting on that application with your planning staff. I think it's August 25th. We just received the notification today, so we're going to be starting that approval process pretty quickly. You all know where the site is. This was our original master plan that we had started, and I want you to pay particular attention to the site, to the area to the right of the screen where the Inlet Grove School is going to be done. This was what we originally had. There was a parking lot next to the football stadium or multi-purpose fields. And I'm going to show you their change now. This was their original master plan for the Inlet Grove High School, which you saw previously. I know this is very hard, and I'm going to make sure that you get a copy of this. But this is the school board's new plan. They've actually taken the parking out that's closest to the multi-purpose field, and they've rearranged some of their parking, and their retention is going to be rearranged to the east of the property, and they've also put in basketball courts up at the north end. This is the combined plan. We've just put this together since we just received their plans this week, and we're coordinating now driveways, parking, gates, and access, because they'll need security for the school at certain times of the day, and then they will open up those gates when there's activities going on both facilities. This is a little bit closer view so you can see it a little bit better. You can see the area now is a big open green area on their property. That black line that you see there between the sports field and the parking to the right side, that is the new property line for Callaway Park, and that's the east side is Inlet Grove High School, and again, Callaway Park to the left. This is the plan revised from the school after the property was decided what we were going to change. And again, the pool facility, I'm going to show you that in about 2 seconds. That will be the phase 1 site plan, which we are also submitting with the pre-application. We will be doing this site plan concurrently with the master plan so that we can get started building and doing the construction documentation for the pool. It'll include a kitchen concession building, and kiosks for the entry to the pool complex, the parking area to the left on the screen. There'll be 2 pavilions, a splash pad, and a swimming pool. And then you see the community center building that is proposed, that's been in that location pretty much since we started. So let's go over, we will be next week having we have to do a programming meeting with your staff and initially on the community building, because we need to make sure, because this is now getting a little bit smaller site, that we want to make sure we have the footprint correctly and that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot, as we call it, with the rest of the pool aquatics complex. So we start that next week. We're looking at about 4 weeks after our pre-app to get our application in for the site plan approval and the master plan approval. We anticipate that we would ask you all to let us start construction drawings, since this is a priority project, prior to the final site plan approval, so that we can just amend as we go through, as we hear from your staff. Because the planning and zoning, I'll show you what that date is. So we're looking at in September, starting the construction documents on the pool facility. This is anticipated site plan approval after talking to planning and zoning will be February 27, which would be right after the first of the year. They need 4 to 6 months. We are looking at the worst case here, where hopefully we can work with them to do that up. The bid package to procurement, if we get started prior to site plan approval, then we can probably get that to them 3/30/27. That would be right after site plan approval. And the city council will take 150 days to award the contract. That's your typical time frame. You all can, maybe work on that a little bit, and that would be 8/31/27. Anticipated start of construction would be 10/1/27. And then we're looking at a 8-month time for, and opening it June 1st, 28, right when school gets out. And so that's our estimated schedule at this time. And at that point, I would turn it over to Terrence if he wants to make any further comments.
No further comments. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I do have one question. You indicated, I just want to clarify, that the pool would be in the first phase of this project. Right?
Yes, yes, sir. The pool complex will be a full site plan approval and start the construction documents for the pool. The rest of the park will be waiting for another phase.
Okay.
Yes.
Are there any further comments?
Yeah, Chair.
Vice Chair Spirited.
Yeah. George, have you done a cost estimate on what the pool complex will cost?
We're working on that now, and I will bring that to you to the next meeting. We're doing a very conceptual cost estimate on the entire park right now, so that we know everything. Our civil engineers are looking at the utility modifications that are going to have to take place. And now that we know what the school board is doing and how we're connecting, we have most of the information. So now we'll bring you a very conceptual, conservative estimate of the whole park and the pool facility at our next update. Okay?
Thank you.
Yes.
Are there any further questions?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Lanier.
I wanted to ask that the timeline that you had, let me see that timeline again.
Oops.
So this is for the update of the part that the city is playing in Callaway Park. But where is I see where it talks about pool, but where is the timeline for the pool itself? Just the pool?
This is just the pool. This is phase one, just the pool. Everything on the balance of the project would happen after this.
So what is this program, new community center building? What is that?
The community center / gym needs to be programmed, but that's not on the critical path. What's on the critical path is getting that plan finalized to the quality where we can turn it in for site plan review.
I don't understand.
We need to program the gym so that we can make the building large enough and make sure it'll fit with everything else around it. So we're mentioning it. We still need to have conversations of how many community rooms do you want? How big of a gymnasium do you want? How many basketball courts? That has not been done yet because we're just now getting to that level of detail, but it is not mission critical for delivering the pool by the summer of 2028. It's just an annotation that is a task that has not been completed in general, but it is not critical to delivering the pool by the summer of 28.
Summer of 28, and we're basically in the summer of 26. So that's 2 years.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought that we had the conversation about a temporary pool at the site for 1 year, if I'm not mistaken. And we're still looking at it in a framework of the other items or the other parts of it that are supposed to be the whole redo of this part. So 2 years is not what we agreed upon. We agreed upon 1 year for that pool.
There was conversation about a temporary pool, and as we did the research on the cost of construction and the health department requirements, it would be almost as costly to do a temporary pool as the permanent pool. And I don't know that the discussion continued very far with doing a temporary pool that we would also then have to spend the money to dig out of the ground and do the environmental remediation for at any of the locations.
So we knew this a year ago.
We knew this a year ago?
Yeah.
Yes, if you'll recall, when we began discussing the pool, I predicted it would be anywhere from 2.5 to 4 years, depending on the level of time for community engagement. There was a lot of discussion on the timeline. There was discussion about, could it be done in 2 years? I said I thought it would take more like 4 years, and a robust discussion occurred about how fast it reasonably could be done.
So you're giving this timeline in the context of the entire project at Dan Calloway. Am I correct?
This is the timeline for the pool.
Right, but
Everything-
but in the context of
The
making
previous
sure-
conversation was, we assumed we were doing everything at once, that it would take 3 to 4 years. Now that we're advancing the pool as a phase one and not doing the whole park at once, this is the timeline to deliver the pool advanced of everything else.
So why would you do the whole park at once?
Why would we?
Why wouldn't you?
Because I was told to do the pool right now. If we were do everything, that timeline doesn't work. You're going to need to add 6 to 12 months on the planning side because the scope gets so much bigger.
I don't think I understand that, given the fact that, but I won't, I'll just call you, tomorrow about it. But I really thought that the pool was something that would be done within a year. And we talked about this last year, which would mean that at least by 27, it would be a pool. And now we're talking about 28. That's too long. That is too long to be without a pool for the city. So we need to work on this timeline for sure. And also too, I don't see why we cannot do the work that we're doing for this park at the same time. Why we can't do it all at the same time. And I understand the different pieces to it, I do. But this timeline has to be put up because we've been having this conversation about this for the last 2 years. And now we're talking about another 2 years and another year, another 2 years. And no, we're going to have to look at this timeline much, much more closely because the way that this is going, this is not going, this will be another 3 years just for the pool. So we need to come back with something better in terms of timeline because that's not going to work. I mean, we made a promise to the residents that they would have a pool. Barracuda Bay is actually gone.
Yes, it is.
So we need to be able to move quickly for this pool. Thank you. But I understand that you're moving based on what the council is telling you and based on planning and zoning. I understand all of that, but we definitely need to look at that timeline. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mayor Lawson.
Thank you.
Can anyone provide the dimensions or size of this pool that they're projecting for Tate's?
This pool, I'm sorry, Mayor, you're talking about this pool?
Yeah.
We're developing the size right now so that it's able to handle the teaching aspect that you all have been looking for, as well as recreational type use. And then we've sized it. I can't tell you the gallonages right now, but we've sized it for that activity. And one of the things that's happened is that as we lost property to that area, we needed to make sure. That's why we're going to do a preliminary programming of the community building so that we have a conservative footprint, so that if we can expand that aquatics area a little bit more, it will help us with that, because right now it's pretty tight.
So that's why I asked last week, Mr. Bailey, why or when we would have an idea of the pool, because being that we lost land, in regards to the land swap, it's going to determine the size, the specs, and the type of pool that we're going to have in the community. Because even to address the concerns that we have with replacing a pool, this seems like more of a tot training pool versus a full community swimming pool. So those are some of my concerns, where we're waiting 2 years for a training pool. We're still going to be a couple years outside of having an actual community pool. That's the first question. Do we have anybody from Parks and Recs here available? I want to address the Swim on the Go program.
I don't see him here, Mr. Mayor.
Does anyone have any details on the Swim on the Go that's here? So, thank you, Mr. Gentile. When will we have actually those dimensions? I know we're doing some community conversations.
We're working on that site plan right now. So we're going to, now that we have the school board property line, we can probably bring that to you to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Parks and Rec?
I was just advised the Rapids MOU is good through December of 2028.
Well, no, the entire program. I mean, that's just one piece of it. So do we have anybody else that actually knows the full program? Because I think that the clear understanding is that we've been addressed with a timeline, but making sure that all of our contracts and stipulations for the swim program, we still have swimming available for our residents throughout the different community pools, the Rapids agreement, and multiple items.
I know most of the items was gauged to run for 3 years, so I'm thinking it should be running through 2029, but I'll definitely check and get that answer
Okay.
for you.
If we can get that and send it out to the entire board, the Swim on the Go program, the contracts that were executed, how long we have that program in place, because it looks like on this timeline, and it's only being a top pool, that Swim on the Go program is not going to be able to meet the needs of the residents while we're building this. So we want to make sure we've addressed that prior to getting to that problem.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair, Spiritus.
George, it's always been our understanding that this is going to be either a 25-yard or a 25-meter pool for competition. Is that what you're designing as well? Is that part of this pool?
This was initially in the master planning phase, was a community pool, but mainly we were looking at doing a lot of it for lessons. For at this pool, you have another pool that's being planned, another pool complex that's being planned at your city hall site area.
So it'll be so one pool will be a competition pool and one will not. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
I have a couple of questions. Did somebody else? Okay. As we speak about the timeline, a lot of it is comprised with the review process and procurement, which is not unusual. From, if you look at start of work at construction documents 930, and then the review process by our planning or staff, it's going to take 5 to 6 months.
Yes.
And I have a question for Mr. Sermon. Mr. Sermon, would you come to the mic, please?
Chair, I didn't understand. Did you need me to I didn't hear your question. I'm
Oh, no,
sorry.
no, I have a question
Oh,
for
I'm
staff.
sorry. Mr. Sermon, how are you? I was trying to answer.
Would you identify yourself, please?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council, Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services.
The review process that we're looking at, 5 to 6 months, that's probably typical. My question is it possible for us to retain assistance outside of the city staff with the review process to speed it up?
The 5 to 6 months wouldn't be sped up by outside reviewers. And Mr. Bailey and I work together regularly, and we make sure that if it's a city project, especially with significant expectations from this body, it's going to be at the top of the pile. And so the review time will be expedited in this situation. Oftentimes, the biggest variable is the quality of submittals that we receive and the amount of time it takes for resubmittal. So Mr. Gentile, he's worked in the city for a long time, so I expect a high quality product. But in situations where we get a submittal and there's lots of comments and there's more and more rounds of review because comments are missed or not addressed, those are the things that protract the process. In this situation, we don't expect that. The lower end is closer to 4 months. A big part of that is the notice for the city council meeting, the planning and zoning board meetings that have to go out, which push those timelines out for the public meetings. But with a thorough submittal, we can get through the review process in 2 to 3 months, and then from there queue up the public hearing. So we fully intend to compress that as much as possible. But he did put worst case scenario in case something unforeseen takes place.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm done with you. My next question is with the procurement package. Is Ms. Amos here? From the bid procurement package being received and the anticipated award, that's another 5 months that's been added. And I see this 150 days here. I'm not sure what that is about.
Hello,
Okay.
good evening. Latanya Emmons, Director of Procurement for the City of Riviera Beach. We estimate 120 to 150 days. Once we receive the bid package, we allow town to review it to make sure that all of our terms and conditions are in the package, and then we have to post. It's posted for 30 days, so now we're at approximately 60. Then we have to allow for the evaluation process and the responsiveness review, setting up those evaluation meetings. Then after the evaluation meeting, there's contract signature and also trying to monitor the deadlines to submit to bring it to council. And so that's why it's 120 to 150 days throughout that entire process.
Okay, and everything is done internally with staff?
Everything is done internally, and we question or try not to rush it because that's where we make mistakes, small things, so we try to avoid a protest. We try to avoid doing things that we'll have to send it out to bid, anticipate those questions that could come along the way. So that's why we really take our time, peer review, just to really look at the particular documents and make sure they're okay before we come to council.
Okay. We do want to ensure that staff continue to produce a quality product. I wouldn't suggest expediting or rushing it at the risk of not producing a quality product. It is my hope that maybe we can put more human resources on it to expedite that product, but in a safe manner. And it's important to, I know most on the council, that we get through this process as quickly as possible, but not at the risk of making mistakes and then have to go back and redo it and repost it, rebid it, and all that other good stuff. So that's the message.
Okay.
put as many resources on it as you can,
Yes, sir.
without making mistakes, to try to get it done as quickly as possible. When people drive by that Barracuda Bay pool, I get comments almost every day. Right. When is it gonna be done? Where's the replacement gonna be? And I want to be able to give them some definitive answers.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I understand.
Thank you. Are there any
Sure.
further?
Yeah, sure.
Dr.
Yeah.
Vice
So-
Chair Spiritus.
You know, normally, the normal process, of course, for the city review and everything is when an independent party submits plans and specifications to the city, so we have to wait for them to finish the plans and specifications to submit it to us before we review. Can't we possibly have George Gentile's team working directly with our staff as he's designing and let them make their comments and reviews at the same time, so we don't have to go through it at the end? Can't we do it during the whole process, work together? Because this is our architectural and engineering team. So it makes sense, I would think, for us to be working with George's team during the whole process, so that when he's finished and we're finished, we're ready to go.
Yes, sir. We could make strides to work together as far as maybe providing more procurement documents, but also included in our review when we put something out on the street is that we read the documentation and we make sure that we also apply or post the additional forms that are applicable. And so, yes, we can make some headway and shorten the timeline just a little bit, but we still allow ourselves a review period because we do read through the solicitations, all of them. And I've instituted a peer review so someone can come back and check behind us to make sure that we didn't, miss anything where something says 15% and somewhere else says 16%. So yes, we can institute a
Yeah.
process to work along with them.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but I really think that we could really cut a lot of time off if we do this together with the team that's designing it. So at the end, we'll be ready to go. We won't, it'll be a quick review because you would have participated in the entire process from the beginning to the end.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further comments?
Yeah, Chair, I just want to say that in regards to rush, I don't think that, we're all professionals. I don't think that it's an issue of rushing as it is an issue of expediting it. I think that a lot of departments, not just with the city, have expedited processes, and I think that this needs to happen for this particular project because I don't know how we got here where we're still talking about design when we were talking about this last year. And we need to move on this. And the police department is moving ahead quickly. So we can do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Hearing none, thank you very much, Mr. Gentile, staff, Mr. Bailey, and we would hope that you all do what you can to expedite the
We will do
process.
whatever we can to expedite.
Yes, without making mistakes.
Absolutely.
Okay, next up is State Representative Javante Edmonds. Let's give him a hand, please. I see he's accompanied by Senator Mike Bernard. I didn't see your name here, but you're always welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Lawson, Chair Guyton, Council members Lanier, Spiritis, and Miller Anderson. It's great to be here, and I'm joined by Representative Edmonds. He's going to be the one who's going to present the big check. And of course, we do have Sem Peltier, who is here also from the Pittman Law Group. And Mr. Pittman was not able to be here this evening. Representative Edmonds and I are really happy to be here. And the reasons why we're so happy to be here is because this check is for the residents of Riviera Beach. And last year, we had submitted appropriation requests for the new water treatment plant, and we had requested $750,000, and the governor had vetoed that $750,000. And this year, we have, great news.
But in terms of Tallahassee, in terms of appropriations for Palm Beach County between Representative Edmonds and I had submitted over 76 appropriations requests for District 24 for residents of Palm Beach County. And we ended up getting 42 out of the 76 items in the budget that was agreed between the House and the Senate. And the governor ended up vetoing 19 of those projects, but 23 survived the governor's veto.
Good job, good job.
And we were able to, with the work of all of the representatives of Palm Beach County, but with Representative Edmonds, bring back $31 million for the residents of District 24. And we're so happy to be here to present this check to you, and Representative Edmonds will present the check. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator.
And right before I present this check, I do just want to allow our city lobbyist to say a few words. Sam's here, again, representing Sean Pittman's office, our hometown hero. So you all can give a round of applause for Sam.
Thanks, Rep. Just very briefly on behalf of Attorney Pittman, myself, and our firm, I just want to thank these two leaders, Rep. Edmonds and Senator Bernard. I know y'all see them every day, but you up in Tallahassee, we'd be hard pressed to have better representatives fighting on our behalf. So just really fortunate to have them. And of course, thank y'all for the opportunity to represent you in Tallahassee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Sam actually flew in from Tallahassee to be here today. That's how important it is to him. Senator Bernard talked about the appropriations that he received from Tallahassee. He also represents 18 cities, and he makes Riviera Beach a priority, along with myself. And I believe the council, the residents, the youth council in the building, I believe that we all have the same goal, is to make sure residents and businesses, when they turn on that faucet, that they have clean water. So this 1.5 million is to help residents. It reduces taxpayers' burden to pay for utilities. And again, we're being proactive. I believe this council is changing the narrative about Riviera Beach, just winning the All-American City. And it is our responsibility when we go to Tallahassee that we reiterate the growth and the progress this city has done. So you all, I want to prompt you all to come behind that golden gate, and we're going to take a quick picture and symbolize this importance of collaboration, bringing home $1.5 million.
Thank you, everybody.
My sports. Again, let's give State Representative Devon Edmonds and Senator Mike Bernard another hand. We thank you very much for your hard work. As everyone knows, water and the water plan is a priority, and we're working diligently to try to reduce the cost to the residents. So thank you very much and keep up the good work.
Mr. Chair?
Mayor Lawson.
Thank you. And a special thank you to our state senator, our representatives, for allowing for our youth council to visit last year. We will be bringing them back to Tallahassee, making sure that they got a chance to see the chamber and actually explore. So it was an honor for them. And the Pittman firm, thank you, Sam, for coming down to participate tonight, but more importantly, for representing this on the state and federal level. You guys have done a phenomenal job. I look forward to continued service. Thank you, Rep. Edmonds. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Chair,
Oh, yes,
I just wanted to kind of-
Councilwoman Lanier.
I just want to go back for a second for the pool issue. I really want this to be codified in a motion in regards to this pool. We promised residents that we would have a pool in a year. I want the staff to bring back in September a expedited process, recommendations for an expedited process for construction of the community pool, so that we can have some idea of this timeline, because it's really up in the air about 2 years from now, 1 year from now, 3 years from now. I just want to make a motion that bring back in the second meeting in September, recommendations for an expedited process for the construction of a community pool. That is my motion.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Lanier, seconded by Councilwoman Miller Anderson, but I have a comment. I would like to add something. As long as it doesn't compromise the quality of the project.
Of course.
I don't want, and I'm sure you don't either, but I don't want staff to feel like they have to shorten it so much and it compromises the quality of the project, but they're trying to do what we asked them to do.
No, I'm sorry. That's the only reason I said that was because I was looking at, the Vernica Stirrup Silver Aquatic Facility in Miami was done in a year. 7,000 square foot pool area plus 4,000 square foot pool building, water play area, and related improvements. That was done in a year in Miami at $13 million. So I know that this pool is not going to cost us that much. So a community pool should not take us 2 years to do. There's another one that happened in Washington, Missouri. It was $4.5 million, 1 year for a new municipal pool. New municipal pool with spray pad, aquatic play fixtures, diving capabilities, shade structures, etc. in 1 year.
Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Spurgeon.
Yeah, I have to go along with my colleague, Councilwoman Lanier. I mean, they built the Empire State Building in 1 year. So, I mean, for us to take 2 years, 3 years, 4 years to build a swimming pool is kind of ridiculous. You know, as a developer, most developers, they have their pools on later on in the projects that they build. And it's not a long process. It's a very short process. You know, just an amenity to most projects. We were told a couple of years ago, I was at Fire Station 87 when we were told that within 1 year, we're going to have a new swimming pool here, that we were going to get this done. We were only going to take a 1 year break with the community from not having Barracuda Bay. So clearly that didn't happen. So I do agree that we can come up with a safe, expedited process to build this pool.
Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davis Bernier.
And I will say that I also agree that we do need a safe, expedited process, because I never at any time thought that the city should be without a pool. So now that we are here, we do need to move expeditiously and safely to get a pool in the city of Riviera Beach.
Okay, any further comments? It's been moved to direct staff or to ask staff to come back with an expedited plan for the Callaway pool. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Pannier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
And it was also put in a motion, if I'm not mistaken, for that plan to come back in September, but I don't recall if it were the first meeting or second meeting, but I did hear September.
The second meeting in September. A
Okay.
expedited plan.
Okay, it's Mr. Bell, is you still here? Okay, you heard second meeting in September. Okay, the next item, please.
Mr. Chair, we're on item 9A under ordinances on first reading. Ordinance number 4322, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 11 of the city's Code of Ordinances entitled Nuisances, Article 4, Noise, by repealing Article 4 in its entirety and adopting a new Article 4 entitled Sound to revise and consolidate the city's sound and noise regulations, including standards for outdoor sound amplification devices, certified outdoor venues, enclosed places of public entertainment, and exterior sound levels by zoning district, providing for definitions, providing for outdoor venue approval criteria, providing for enforcement, providing for codification, providing for severability, for providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we have 3 public comment cards in this item. The acceptance of cards for this item is closed.
Thank you very much. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Lanier. On discussion, staff.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Chairperson, Vice Chair, and Council members. Corey Smith, Assistant City Attorney. I'm accompanied by Assistant Chief.
Nathan Gordon, Police Department Operations Division.
Put it closer to you. Or is that one working?
Chair Mayor,
Okay,
Assistant Chief Gordon, Operations Division, Police Department.
okay. Thank you.
And council members, very briefly, recent events necessitated the revision of the current noise ordinance. After reviewing different things, PD determined that we needed to go ahead and repeal and replace with this with the more updated version of the noise ordinance. This one is entitled Sound. The main impetus of this is to allow a more nimble enforcement mechanism. Before, in the previous ordinance, the only mechanism for enforcement was that police would implement or issue notices to appear, which takes enforcement down a criminal enforcement path. PD didn't want to do that, and I think that's probably not the right thing to do. So we revised it. Well, PD revised it to allow a civil citation to be issued in enforcement of the noise ordinance. That is the main crux of the changes. There are also, standards for decibel levels depending on where you are, residential, industrial, recreational. There's also a variance process that's implemented. That is included, that allows for special events to come in and go beyond the times and the decibel levels for the noise ordinance. That's pretty much about it, but it was really about making enforcement more nimble and less of a criminal thing and more of a civil thing.
Chair?
Vice Chair Spiritus.
Can you tell me what happens, and I believe it should be a civil offense, not a criminal offense, obviously, for the first few times. But if somebody keeps doing this over and over and over again, let's say a restaurant is having loud music and whatever going on a regular basis, and they're just chalking up these civil penalties as part of doing business, is there a possibility of turning it into a criminal offense after it's been ignored, umpteen times, or how do we handle that?
Yes, I'm sorry, Chair. Man.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so after the civil citation, the warning and the civil citation, if they continue, then that's when we can do a notice to appear, confiscate equipment, and seize operation.
Great, thank you so much.
Yes.
So would that still be a civil action and not a criminal action? Even when you seize?
Mr.
Yes.
So once a notice to appear is issued, that is a criminal track. Is a notice to appear is the essential equivalent of a charge. But it's an ordinance violation. It will come to it will come to court, probably at North County Courthouse, and I probably will be the prosecutor on it.
Can there be an escalation of the fines before we institute a criminal action? I'm reluctant to institute a criminal action about music.
Mr.
Yeah.
That was the impetus behind this entire revision, because before the only enforcement mechanism that police had was through a notice to appear, which takes it down a criminal track. This changes that so that we can institute civil citations, civil fines, and remove it from the criminal track. That way, we're not talking about criminal histories and records and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Are there any further questions or comments?
So let me ask, so what would happen? So if my music was too loud before this ordinance, what would happen? They would come out how many times, or the first time I'm going to jail?
Chairman. No, first time we come out is definitely a warning. You want to work with folks to, get into compliance. Because it's not about arresting or giving a civil citation. It's just to get them in compliance, because you have other residents, folks in the area that want to sleep and want to rest at night. So if they over that DBA, then we have that right to give them a civil citation. And maybe, we can put in there a second citation. More times you hit their pocket, maybe they're lower the music at some point. Yes.
Vice Chair Scrivett.
Sure.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Councilwoman? That's Vice Chair
Yeah,
Scrivett.
so I just want to mention that I have received numerous complaints over the last 3 years from people living in the area around the Ocean Beach Mall. Restaurants, after the pandemic, all the restaurants started having outdoor music and they expanded their outdoor areas. I received complaints from people as far away as the Intracoastal area that they can hear the noise depending on what the wind is that day. I received numerous complaints from the Ritz-Carlton and the single-family houses surrounding the Ocean Mall. So I think that this will make life a lot better for everyone. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
To assuage Councilperson Lanier's question, there is an enforcement procedure delineated within this ordinance that goes through a process that says basically issue a verbal warning, notice of violation, civil citation, and then a notice to appear. So to answer your question, no, you're not going to get arrested the first time somebody calls.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any time that there would be an arrest, or it just be a notice to appear?
There is arrest authority for an ordinance violation, but that would be at the discretion of the officer, depending on I would guess the totality of circumstances and the severity of whatever the particular situation may be. But as Assistant Chief Gordon mentioned to you, the goal of this is to garner compliance. Mm-hmm. So I would think that Chief Coleman and Assistant Chief Gordon and their officers would take every step to, work for the compliance before taking the extreme step of making an arrest.
Yep. I don't want officers to get overzealous about music.
Agreed.
And that depends on the maturity and experience of the officer. If they had a good day or bad day, to be honest, they are human. And if they come out and somebody might have said something that they didn't appreciate, and if they have the authority to arrest, they get arrested over music.
Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Go,
just
go,
having
go,
this extra step in there would probably prevent
I'm
those
sorry?
actions. Having this extra step in the sound ordinance would prevent those things.
But what step is that?
That's the step of giving a civil citation.
Okay,
because we don't have it currently. So without enforcing it, it's more of a warning. After that warning, now we taking it, we escalating into a notice to appear, which is an arrest.
and let me make it clear, I do support being compassionate and considerate to others after a certain time of night. You know, you can't be up all night blasting music. I understand that. And I do appreciate it, but I don't want officers to get overzealous about music. Like you have to start taking people in, okay?
Chair.
Are there any further,
Yeah.
um,
And so I'll also add to that.
Councilwoman Davis Premier?
Thank you. I'll also add to that because sometimes events, and I will hope that officers are objective. Because sometimes people see a crowd and it's not necessarily the music, but just because it's a certain crowd, then there's a complaint about noise and things of that nature. So I just want to make sure that, like he's saying, that the officers are actually objective and are, have a set of rules of what's too loud or what's reasonable in an area at a time for certain events.
Sure.
Oh, yes, Vice Chair Spruill.
And no, because I'll give an example. With the Rapids, I know that they've had some, events and things like that. I live near it. I don't really hear it, but I heard sometimes that people have said that it's too loud. I haven't heard it. So I'm just saying certain times people, just maybe because of the particular event, the particular crowd, that can, create some issues as well. So.
Chair, may I respond?
Yeah. Vice Chair Spruill, yes, Vice Chair.
Officers don't just respond out to the calls because they hear the music. It mainly come in on the complaint. We get a complaint, we go to that property, we run our decibel reader, meter there, we run it. We don't just, because most of our guys work the events. They work the Rapids after hours. They work the Marina event. So those calls come in through complaints, and we just respond to those complaints and just make sure they within the DBA.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Spruill.
Assistant Chief, does this include motorcycles and cars that are making a lot of noise? They like to rev them up when they're sitting around. I mean, that will be included in this ordinance, right? In the civil code.
Chairman.
Yeah,
Yes,
go.
yes.
And you can go back
I
and
can go
forth.
back
You
and
don't
forth.
have to come through me every time. Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mayor Lawson.
The only concern I had was the enforcement procedure. I know we talked about the violation is determined to exist. The officer shall direct the responsible party to immediately reduce. And then at that time, what happens? You said that they can have the opportunity to issue a citation or a verbal warning. But if they comply, what happens at that moment? Is it the discretion of the officer to issue a warning, or do they have the discretion to issue a citation?
The main goal is compliance. So if they're in compliance, we keep it moving. We call the complainant back, or we're in contact with the complainant. We'll let them know that, hey, they're in compliance. So, if the music is read higher, you can call us back and we'll read it again.
So to that point, and to take that discretion out of any officer or anybody, I would want to possibly change the language to where it says that they may conclude the investigation, and change that to shall conclude the investigation. Board, if you can take a look at section 111-174 enforcement procedures, line 342. If we leave it as may, it's still the discretion of the officer, versus changing that to shall, and that will allow for them, if they comply, shall issue a verbal warning and move on. But if we leave it as may, it's at the discretion of the board, and that's my concern. So I'd want legal to take a look at that, and for us to make sure that language, in the event that that's a concern, because making sure we change it from may to shall gives it takes out the discretion. It makes it very clear that the officer, if they comply, is obligated to move on from the situation. And that was the only thing that I saw in regards to the language. And board, if we can kind of give some opinion and thoughts on that, so legal can make a decision prior to this discussion or vote, and possibly bring that back at second reading.
Chair?
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Spruill.
Yeah, so, Mayor, so you're suggesting that we take may and turn it into shall?
Yeah. And that allows for the officer to just issue a verbal and move on with their day, versus having the discretion to issue a written warning notice or even a notice to appear. Because if the person complies, they still have the ability and the discretion to do one of the 4 or 5 items listed below.
Chair? So my problem with that, and I understand where you want to get here, Mayor, but my problem with that is, what if there's a larger situation going on, and this is just one of the additional charges that are happening? We're not giving the officer the opportunity to add this on. I think they call those cover charges or whatever, and I think we should give the officer the ability, because it could be part of a fight. It could be part of a shooting. It could be part of anything. This could just be one part of what happened at the event at the time, and I think that we should give the officer the ability to make that decision. I think we have to trust our police officers on the street. That's why we have community policing, and I trust our men and women that are on the street. And I say that I think that in the long run, we'd be better off keeping it as may and giving those officers that ability.
Mr. Chair?
Mayor Lawson.
Yeah, I agree and understand why I do trust and support my organization and the department I currently have with the staff and all the officers that have committed. We're setting policy, and this policy transcends this department or these officers. And in the next 10, 20 years, if the language is not clearly, plainly written, I'm not sure what that community policing may or may not look like. But I know that if I change it to shall, they have to abide by the language in this rule. So I appreciate the work that they're doing today, but moving forward, I want to set this policy that takes precedence regardless of what type of community policing may or may not be in our city.
Chair?
Vice Chair Spurley.
So my concern is, of course, if somebody complies and then 10 minutes later they do it again, and then they come back and they comply, and then 10 minutes later they do it again. I mean, this can go on all night long. Once someone gets a violation, then I believe the second violations are higher monetarily, and they keep going up until we get to the point where it's going to be an appearance ticket. I think that we have to keep it this way to protect, to keep the officers from having to have a confrontation on a regular basis. It could be every 15 minutes, 20 minutes. The good people are going to adhere to the law. Other people know the law and they will use it to their advantage. And I think that we should have the upper hand, not the person that's violating the ordinance.
What is the actual language that comes after may? That's what I was actually looking for. Mayor, do you have that language?
Yeah. If the responsible party promptly complies, the enforcement officer may conclude the investigation with a verbal warning when appropriate under the circumstance. And because, as you just read, appropriate under the circumstance, that actually addresses Mr. Spiritus' concerns, because under the circumstance would be complied to whether this is a basic noise ordinance or a fight or any other discretion that you've addressed. So they still have the ability under the circumstance to address that, whether it's may or shall. So if we read the whole language, it's very clear that the shall and the may will give direction if we're just talking about the noise ordinance and not these other arbitrary items that could or may not be happening in the area.
That first couple of words about complying, what did that say?
Line 342, if the responsible person promptly complies, the
Okay.
enforcement officer may conclude the investigation with a verbal warning when appropriate under the circumstances.
If they promptly complied, which means that they're complying, and you're saying because they are complying, the officer should be required to close it at that point if they comply.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I do have concerns. There's a lot more concerns that I have with additional policing and concerns when it comes to music, especially within our community. So I'm very concerned with this ordinance in the first place. I appreciate how staff has written it and we've addressed certain items. I just want to make sure that we're very clear to protect the residents when it comes to policing in our community, when it comes to noise.
Sure.
Vice Chair Spurley.
Okay, so once again, as I was saying, when you say shall comply, I don't care what the circumstance is, when it's shall, they're going to have to end the investigation. if it's May, if it happens again 15 minutes later, they're going to have the ability to issue a citation. I think that all we're doing is going around in circles with the police officers. They'll be coming back and forth all night long, under the shall conclude the investigation. I think we're not giving the officer the tools that they need to enforce the noise ordinance. I received, like I said, this is probably the second most emails that I receive daily on noise coming from the Ocean Mall area. Sometimes I get it from the boats. I hear people complaining that the boats are revving up their engines or shooting music out, blasting music out across the Intracoastal in people's backyards. So I get these complaints on a regular basis. So I want to make sure that our police officers have the proper tools to enforce this. We're taking it from a criminal offense and turning it into a civil offense. We're making it so that the police officers now will have the ability to issue a citation, a civil violation, which they did not have before. So I think that we are bringing it down and making it easier and less cumbersome for someone who's violating this. We're not making it a criminal offense right now. We're making it a civil offense. And I think that police officers have to have the ability to enforce this ordinance. And if we change that verbiage, I think we're going to have a problem enforcing it. We're going to be right back where we are right now.
Okay, we have some public comment cards. How many do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 3 public comment cards.
Okay, would you please call them, please?
First speaker is Annette Dragon, followed by Rochelle Hughes, and then Lloyd Brown.
Hello, everyone. Annette Dragon, Riviera Beach. How can you guys in your right minds condone changing this ordinance? Clearly, none of you live in an area where your windows are constantly being rattled by bass music blaring out from a commercial property. There are lots of people that live in Lone Pine, where I do, who hear the rapids on a regular basis and their windows rattle and they can't get any peace and quiet. Captain Harrison came out on the 31st of July with a dB meter and measured the output from the rapids outside my house. It was actually above the decibel limit that was required by the charter. And what you're doing here is you're proposing to increase the decibel output. Why is that? On top of that, I had reason to call the non-emergency police line 2 weeks before the 4th of July this year. My next door neighbor was letting off fireworks in the streets at 11 o'clock at night. The police didn't show up. I was not happy. So why are you even thinking about changing this ordinance? It's out of line. There are a lot of people to consider here, and obviously you people don't live where there is a noise that irritates the hell out of you.
The next speaker is
Thank
Rochelle
you for your
Hughes.
comments. Next public speaker. Okay, please. Comments in the audience.
Good evening, council, mayor, staff. Rochelle Hughes, Lone Pine Estates. I have to ask how in the world we're going to change the charter hours. That's my biggest beef. Because in the charter we have today, it's no loud music, loud stuff after 8 p.m. I understand there's been kind of a condition that maybe we'll let it go till 9 or 10. But now we want to change it so that it's 10 all the time for anything, whether it's music, cars, whatever. So I live in a house that's really old. I don't have impact windows or doors. And when I sit in my house and I have my windows and doors rattling because of loud music from either neighbors or the rapids, I have PTSD from dealing with the Empire Lounge in West Palm Beach. And the staff knows, the police force knows what I went through, being woken up at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. So to have that playing when I'm at home just trying to watch TV and it's 8 o'clock at night and I hear, and it's my windows and my doors. Now, don't get me wrong, I have been able to reach out to the police department. Sometimes they just don't not the police department, the people playing the music, they don't listen. They don't turn it down. They think I don't know. But I have to say that changing it to 10 p.m. always, and the same with power tools and construction, letting it go until 10 p.m. at night. Are we crazy? I mean, there's enough right now when there's construction going on the Beeline Highway. Do you know I hear it in my house? I can hear the trucks. So yes, I love the Rapids. I love what they do. I think it's great. But the problem is when you have a DJ that's playing outdoors night, they act like they're inside. So the decibels do go higher. And we need to think about this because I can't. I mean, like I said, I have no problem with music, but the problem is you give anybody, whether it's commercial or residents, the chance to play louder and longer, they're going to. And then who suffers? I have to get up early in the morning for work. I don't want to hear the loud music till 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night. So I hope you guys have them take this back and revise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any further?
We have one more speaker, Lloyd Brown.
No, you know my name and all that. So since you don't want no noise, I'm gonna stand here for these 3 minutes in silence. Because you're making so many different rules. And most of the time, it does affect us people. Only us people. I mean, I didn't really care about what the lady said because, I mean, I understand, and I don't have anything against her for saying that, but the truth is, it will only be us people who are gonna have to worry about it. And I know this because you can't even stand on the corner. So you play some music in my neighborhood, our neighborhood, us, then you got the police coming there. Okay, over Singers Island on the beach, that is loud, but I don't never hear anybody saying anything about it. And it seemed like if we got so much crime, why would you go with these little pathetic things? I mean, like noise. Come on, please. I mean, it's like everything you do is only put there for people like us. It may start out talking about the Rapids and all that. Next thing you know, you're gonna have cars pulling up in our neighborhood, which is kind of mixed now. In our neighborhood, they're gonna pull up in our neighborhood and they're gonna be bothering the blacks. And I know this. And you can't tell me they're not, because that's the way life is in America. And I feel like this. I don't play music loud no more because my TV won't hook up to my stereo, but if it did, you would definitely hear it. But on most of the things I play, I don't play it loud because my neighbors, they be wanting to hear it. So I get out on the porch and I'll play something, and the things I play are mellow and whatever. Now, if you see these guys riding up and down the street, and they got their music really, really loud, those are the ones you're gonna run behind. And most of those guys with that kind of thumping music, they us people. So I don't think whatever you do, these laws you got only targeting people like me. So you can put it down on paper like it's gonna affect the whole, it's only for people like me. And I know this, and you can't tell me no different. These rules are only made for people like me, not people like y'all. Y'all have a good day. I'll be back.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any more
Yeah, Chair.
public comment cards? Vice Chair Spirited.
So, Counselor, can you tell me, can we amend this at the next reading and approve it?
Yes.
Okay, so I would recommend that we go back and we look at the construction time periods, because usually construction ends at 5 o'clock. if there's something, and then one of the speakers referred to the construction period being to 10 p.m., that's really not a good time for construction to go till 10 p.m. at night, unless it's an emergency, of course. But clearly, it should end at 5 o'clock, construction projects.
Okay, are there any further comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Chairperson Dr. Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton?
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Miller Anderson dissenting.
Okay, next item, please.
Mr. Chair, we are on discussion and deliberation, removed item 12D before 12A. And that is the continued discussion of Mayor Ronnie Felder inquiry into employee complaints. Mr. Chair, we have one comment card on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
Thank you very much. To my colleague, it is close to 7:30. Do you want to go into public comment or start this next item?
Chair, I would like to do this item so we don't lose it again like we did last time.
Yeah, I think, we won't lose it because it's the next one, but I agree with you.
How many, Mr. Chair?
Public comment next.
How many public comments do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 15 public comment cards.
Okay, we're going to go into the public comment portion so that they don't get bogged down with if they don't want to listen to the remaining items. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Do you want to read the rules of decorum first?
I'm sorry?
The rules of decorum, did you want to read those,
yep.
please?
Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there is no further business of the city council, which in that event, it shall begin sooner. In addition, if any item is being considered at 7:30 p.m., then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded that the City Council Board has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the City Council chairperson may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly.
Mr.
Madam
Chair, the first three speakers are Matthew Woods, Antonio Arte, and Fane Lozman.
As you know, my name is Matthew Woods. I've been here before, and I will probably be here again. Last council meeting, or that day, when I came back to my boat the next day, I had this notice posted on my boat. It's very, very upsetting because it tells us about we're going to get $250 a day fine and all of this stuff. However, I did look at the exceptions, and it says vessels lawfully anchored and moored within the boundaries of the ICW. It's an exemption. So I'm not really sure about that. Anyhow, I went to the police department and I spoke to Sergeant Jackson, who was apparently in his past was on the Marine Division. He was very nice, and I want to comment also, everybody in law enforcement, whether it's City of Riviera Beach, FWC, or the Sheriff's Department, they've all been very, very polite and listened to me whine and complain. Anyhow, so we are still hoping that the mooring field would go in. And we just were asking for the town to give us something a little more definitive, to have a temporary anchoring permit to stay put until the mooring field goes in. According to what I was told, that if you have the FWC long-term anchoring permit, it buys us a little bit of time. We're in compliant, we're not polluting, our boats are anchored properly, and of course, we love our boats, so we take care of them. So that's basically where we're at. And one last thing I want to think about is every meeting you do the Pledge of Allegiance. And the last line is for liberty, justice for all. I want you to think about that because we need a little bit of justice for the people that own boats. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker, please.
The next speaker is Antonio Arte, Fame Lozman, and Virginia Clark.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is the third time that I have come here to talk about this issue. Like Matt before me, right after I was here 2 weeks ago during the meeting, I went to check on my boat and I saw this being posted. We're basically being threatened with a charge of $250 a day for the first violation, and subsequent violations of $500 a day. What Palm Beach did to the boaters pales in comparison to what we are being threatened with. Like we have asked before, we are the good, responsible boaters. I have personally had my boat moored by the Palm Beach Sailing Club for 25 years without an issue. All of a sudden, we don't have a way to keep our boats. We are waiting for you to finish the mooring field so that we can put our boats in it. But we must be given a chance to keep our boats until the construction of the mooring field is finished. We have been asking for the council to give us, with whatever conditions you deem appropriate, a temporary mooring permit so that we can keep our boats until the mooring field is finished. I don't think it's fair for us to have to worry about paying $500 a day for something that for 25 years we're able to do without an issue. I understand that things have changed. I understand that you want to regulate the waters, and I understand that there's an issue with derelict boats, but that's not the case for most of us. And I ask you to please take our needs into consideration. We are your clients. We are the people that are going to be renting the mooring boats from you guys whenever you get it done. So we need to be able to keep our boats until then. And we ask you to get between you all and invite us, if you would, to come up with a sense of with a list of common sense requirements so that we can lawfully and properly keep our boats until the mooring field is finished. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker,
The
please.
next speaker is Fane Lozman, followed by Virginia Clark and Diane Lewis.
Fane Lozman, the boating situation is easy. Anchor your boat 30 days in Riviera Beach. Move it to Peanut Island, anchored in the county waters for 30 days. Go to Palm Beach Shores, anchored in Palm Beach Shores for 30 days. Go to Palm Beach Island, anchored there for 30 days. Go to North Palm Beach, anchored there for 30 days. Go to West Palm Beach, anchored there for 30 days. So just hopscotch around in a mile and a half area, and you have no problem. I've been coming here for the last year almost talking about the city boundaries were unilaterally moved by the city attorney. She doesn't have the authority to do it. You told me to talk to Wilkins. Where is Wilkins? He's not even here tonight. Wilkins doesn't have a clue what's going on, period. You are the final policymaker, then you're shirking your responsibilities when you have a city attorney who is moving the boundaries of the city. She moved the boundaries into the state park. Now I'm working with the state to get to the bottom of this, but that's malfeasance. I mean, she should be fired for doing what she did. And not only that, she also spent $2,600 to try to cover her, you know what, with Lewis Longman and Walker. If you're going to be chairperson, Mr. Guy, you got to follow the rules. When you hired Wilkins as an interim city manager, you never put it on the agenda. If something's not on the agenda, you can't vote on it, and you voted anyway. Number two, you didn't disclose how much Wilkins' compensation was. His compensation includes severance of $102,000. His total comp is $556,000. $556,863. That's obscene. The county administrator's salary is only $425,000. Why is he getting a higher salary than the county administrator? I don't understand it. Also, Medicare. He gets Medicare. The city's taxpayers paid into that for 2 times he worked here before. Why you give him another $28,000 for medicine? You have to represent the taxpayers, not Wilkins. The taxpayers need to be represented. And finally, I saw Ms. Lanier about your letter to the CRA board. I'm just going to give you some friendly advice. If you get a subpoena to appear before the grand jury, you have to go. If you don't go, you'll be held in contempt of court and you can go to jail for 18 months until the grand jury proceedings are completed. But it's really good news for you because witnesses who appear before a grand jury, they're not the ones who are being indicted. Somebody else is. So remember, if you get a subpoena, even if you have no lawyer, go to the grand jury. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker.
The next public speaker is Virginia Clark, followed by Diane Lewis and Annette Dragon.
Good evening. Mayor is out, but any city council meeting. My name is Virginia Clark. I'm with Riviera. I live right here in Riviera Beach. Some of the questions I'm going to bring up are things I'm going to mention or things that may have been mentioned already before, but I'm one of the ones that's been sitting at home watching TV. I said, no more of this, because I'm yelling and screaming at the TV of things that I see that's going on here. We never know what's going on unless we come in here and we say something and for the residents and everybody to hear what we're talking about. One of the things that I'm talking about mainly is, that came up, is that the night that Mr. Evans was terminated, there was no explanation of why he was terminated. And when the question was asked, well, who's going to fill his spot? Mr. Spiritus right away spoke up and said, Bill Wilkins. Well, anyway, Mr. Wilkins, we had, you know, we were all sort of surprised at that, even the residents that were here. We didn't know what was happening. Matter of fact, we didn't know that Mr. Evans was going to be terminated that night. Mr. Guyton kept saying, we got to go, he got to go. And we got rid of him then. But while Mr. Wilkins, why we even hired him when we had 2 qualified people here that were already on the payroll, that were the assistant managers. We had Ms. Jacobs, which has filled in all the time for Mr. Evans. So she knew the job. Why are we paying 2? We got 2 people on the road we're paying, and we're going to pay another person to come in that's been gone for 18 years? You know, what was his qualifications that he's coming back after this time, which I understand he had been sick and he quit before because the job was too stressful and he had heart problems. You know, you wonder what's going on. And when we bring someone in else on the board and pay all of this extra money, doesn't make sense. I don't know much about the Sunshine Law, but something is wrong when you already had someone here ready to fill that job that night. And to the surprise of all residents here, 3 people voted to bring somebody else in. Now, what kind of sense does that make? That don't make no sense at all. Nothing. The statement by Mr. Wilkins was more qualified than Mr. Evans. That was a statement that was brought up. How could he be more qualified than Mr. Evans? It's so much technology and everything that's going on now. In 18 years, what made him think that he knew more than Mr. Evans? Now, come on, let's be real about this. You know, and it's very disgusting to hear that that's going. What was Mr. Wilkins' qualification? I've heard them ask for a resume. Has he ever submitted a resume yet? Tell him what his qualifications are for the job. If we were going for a job, we would have to be showing our qualifications. And has a resume been provided for him yet? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Diane Lewis, followed by Annette Dragon and Rochelle Hughes.
Good evening, Mayor, Chair, and member of the City Council. My name is Diane Lewis, and I just want to take a moment tonight to express my support for the City Works on Ordinance 4321, the Yes in God's Backyard Affordable Housing Initiative. I appreciate the work the city staff, the Planning and Zoning Board, and others have already put into developing this proposal. But every week, we get a call from a senior, from a veteran, from a mother that's working poor, trying to find affordable housing, a place to call home, to remain in our city. And I believe our faith institution can be valuable partners in helping address the needs while continuing the work they have already done in serving our community. I simply wanted to place my support on the records tonight, and I look forward to seeing this initiative continued moving through the process. In my research, I see online that the Planning and Zoning submitted recommendation on August 13th for the ordinance approval. So my question is, please keep this moving. We are in the trenches. We have people that really need affordable housing, and we are here to help. And I want you to please keep that ordinance moving. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker, please.
The next speaker is Annette Dragon, followed by Rochelle Hughes and Cindy March.
Hello again, everyone. Annette Dragon, Riviera Beach. I wanted to say a thank you to a public works guy that helped me personally. A couple of weeks ago, my car got hooked on a rebar at one of those parking concrete bars that you park in the bay with. And this guy stopped on Military Trail, got out of his truck and helped me get my car off this rebar, make the bumper and everything get back into place, and make sure that the car was starting and running and moving before he took off. So thank you to whoever that was in the Public Works Department. I mean, being a woman alone, elderly, unable to lift very much anymore, this was great. Thanks. Secondly, thank you again to Public Works Department for doing our streets in Lone Pine. We are currently getting resurfaced and restriped, and there is a vast improvement already in the road surfaces. It's really nice to be able to move smoothly and without having to go through waves of potholes everywhere. Finally, a question for Deborah Hall. I submitted a request for information on the 1st of July, and I have heard absolutely nothing yet. Pretty pleased with the cherry on top. Can we get some movement on it? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Rochelle Hughes, followed by Cindy March and Lloyd Brown.
Hello again. First, I do want to thank the board, council, for approving for our streets to get paved. I think it happened last year when the monies got approved for it. Thank you to Public Works, Mr. Bernard back there and his whole crew along with All Paving. Yes, the streets look amazing. Can't wait for the striping to come through. So it's really nice. So thank you. I also want to thank some members of the Riviera Beach Police Department, Major Camone, Captain Kathy, Captain Harrison, and Assistant Chief Gordon for all of their assistance in the past couple of weeks with some matters. And the other thing I had was for Miss Wynn. Back in July, I had sent you an email for some clarification on the charter because it reads, for city marina property, the city's municipal marina shall not be sold. However, the council may enter into management, license, or lease agreements, blah, 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 for no more than 50 years. I had heard that the lease with Related Urban is for 99 years, and I was looking for clarification as to how that can be done when our charter specifically states no more than 50 years. And just kind of wondering if that's something that the residents should have voted on to allow that or what. And maybe I'm missing something, but I'm just hoping that you could give me some clarification. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker.
The next public speaker is Cindy March, followed by Lloyd Brown and Dr. Philip Dukes. Mr. Chair, the acceptance of public comment cards is closed.
Good evening, Council. Cindy March. I'm not nosy, but I'm very observant. That police officer brought in a thing. I hope it's not public comment, because public comment is closed. A rule is a rule. I wanted to say that first. You all around here still talking about Evans and Bill. How much money y'all think y'all paid out to Evans to come back here? He said up on the oath he would not come back and seek employment for the city of Riviera Beach, and took $190,000 when he left. He didn't pay that back to the taxpayers. Then when he came back, he didn't come back just being the city manager. He came back as the utility director. He came back for the CRA director. This man was making more damn than the president was making. So when you're going to set a rule, set it for everybody. I'm not against Evans, but Evans should have never been back here. He's gone, let him stay gone. And you all have to be very mindful talking about Bill, what kind of experience and resume he had. When that man left here, he didn't leave us in a deficit, in a negative, or not having so much money where we couldn't bond, or we got to be careful how we bond. You all need to be careful when you vote on yes for something. I'm not for that Dan Calloway little pool you all got because of Evans. This is why we in this position. Because he lied and said that the Barracuda Bay wasn't repairable to be renovated. It was so. And it was stayed in place to 2032. 2032 not here yet. Who goes and put a pool over there by the city hall where the police station should have been put back? But what did Evans them do? And the ones who shielded them, the same three, one of them not here, Julia Botel, Kashama Lanier, they all with this $35 million bond. And guess what? To tear down the Barracuda Bay. It's a sore eye. It's a sore eye, and you all need to learn your charter before you vote on something. Stop voting on friendship and personal fidelity. Do right by the taxpayers. We need clean water. I don't give a damn if they don't put no pool. We need some clean water up in here, and we need to stop dragging our feet about it. Put that on hold. All these musical events y'all having, put all that shit on hold. We need some water. The senior citizens need water to drink. They can't decide whether they're going to put water on their table or food on their table or go get their medication. But we ride here with all these parties costing $200,000, all Americans $800,000 or $80,000 or $200,000. I love the kids. God knows I love the kids. But what expense to the taxpayers? We got to do better because we know better. November, we have an election. We cannot sit out that election. I want to congratulate Poole and I want to congratulate Nissen. And we got more work to do. We need to get rid of some of these people that have been here 9 and 11 years that shielded Mr. Evans. That's why we where we at.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next public speaker, please.
The next speaker is Lloyd Brown, Dr. Philip Dukes, and Dolores Williams.
How you doing? My name is Lloyd Brown. I thought I was going to close it out, like, the last group on Earth, Wind, and Fire, the last band come in. See, I couldn't come up there and pass nothing to them after they did what they did, say you can't put in no comments. I couldn't go over there and do that. And see, it's a difference in the way y'all people treat people over here. It's a total difference. And I mean, honestly, and the guy talking about the boats, let me tell you, I wouldn't give a damn, honestly, where you put your boat. I mean, because black people got their boats in their yards and they getting fined for having a boat in the yard. And you worried about you on the water. And you should get fined. But a man got his boat in his backyard, you got the code enforcement riding through, writing it up. I'm waiting on y'all to get them little things that fly up and look over people's houses. And then another thing, we got so much crime around here. And this is what I can't understand. Y'all worry about noise. Y'all worry about a brother with his light on his bike. And we got drugs. Let me tell you, I know more drug holes, I don't even get high, but you can tell just by standing around when I ride around, there's more drug holes around here than anything. But you rather run behind a man because he got a light. That's so that you can go to him and you can ask for his ID. Same thing with this noise thing. You have a brother over here in his yard playing the music. It don't have to be loud. You'll get a cop, excuse me, and I know she out there named Snyder. Y'all need to slow that lady down. Because you know what happened? Everybody I ask, I do this stuff, Mayor, you don't. I do this. I ask them, who's the worst cops around here that y'all know? And you know that name came up a couple times. And then when I heard one of the people in my family said, I'm saying, come on now. I mean, y'all gonna have to treat these people a little different. Like, don't go back to Jim Crow. You know, Jim Crow ain't gone. It just got y'all doing it for them now. Like these little rules you got, loitering, vagrancy, and all that. Those things came back when I was coming up. See, when I was coming up, my neighborhood was Jewish and all that. Now, the people who was racist, they were white people. They weren't Jews. None of these people got together until this day and time. Instead of being Jewish and all that, now they all white because they get the benefit of the doubt. And the people in my neighborhood don't get nothing. We got neighbors coming in my neighborhood, they don't even speak. They'll come and ride down the street, they don't want to say nothing. And then back to this housing, like the lady was saying, you talking about workforce housing. We don't have no brothers out there working. So what you trying to say, you're gonna build houses for these people who building these places, that's the workforce. Y'all ride around Riviera Beach and look on these roofs or look in these places. All you see is somebody who don't look like me doing the work in my neighborhood when you got 1,000 people in my neighborhood who can do that work. So like y'all like a gilded horse, can't put out no more babies.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker, please.
The next speaker is Dr. Phil Dukes, Dolores Williams, and Malcolm Summons Sr.
City Council, Mayor, City Manager. You know, I usually come up here and talk about Black history, but I want to tie what's going on in America to Black history. I want to let it be known that I am a Christian. I do not believe in Black nationalism. Pastor King said that Black nationalism is just as bad as white nationalism. But what I want to do is try to speak truth to you from a historical and a present day position. Sometimes say the uncomfortable things to you that you may not want to hear. I have always believed that Riviera Beach should be leading the nation on these issues. I've always believed that. Now, if you Google my name, some of you don't know, but just Google my name and look at what they wrote about me in the Palm Beach Post and the Sun Central, then you'll see. I also want to thank the people who sent donations. We're nowhere near where we want to be as we press to put on this Love Thy Brother movement. I'm the CEO of Operation Restore, a non-religious organization to serve the community. Now, we have a white supremacist in the White House. Donald Trump is a white supremacist. And it's not funny. Project 2025 is a white supremacist project that he said he knew nothing about. Donald Trump is taking Black people backwards. The same thing that was done after slavery. Everything that Black people were supposed to have when they came into Reconstruction, presidents came in and took that away. Well, Donald Trump is taking away all our achievements that we've made from 65 to this very day. That's a fact in his policies. We do not live in a nation that is past what we call racial tension, and it's proven every day. How many of you know about all the young Black people that's been lynched and killed in these issues? So we got to go out and vote. I told y'all before I am independent, but I decided to join the Democratic Party. Why? It's not a communist party like Donald Trump saying, because he's going to throw this election. You watch what he does. Donald Trump is a white supremacist. And he has white supremacists in his organization. Stephen Miller, all those guys is lined up with him with Project 25, Russell Vogt, all white supremacists. And our evangelicals, Eurocentric evangelicals, are quiet about it as he insults Black people. And some of us are too quiet because we're afraid of the backlash. I'm saying let's tell the truth and line up on the right side of history in this hour. Go out and vote. A lot of folks say, well, we shouldn't be the Democratic Party. You got to start somewhere and hold their feet to the fire, because I'm telling you, I'm not an alarmist. It is not going to get better. Donald Trump has already set stuff up where he can take control of this election and kill democracy for that white supremacist Project 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Dolores Williams, followed by Malcolm Summons Sr. and Michael Jordan.
Good evening, everybody, to the council, the whole city, and the world. I just want to say something here. I heard them, it's a 12B, that's what I really want to speak on. I just don't understand it. Some of y'all been on this council here before. You add 1, 2, 3 to make sure they don't stay on the board, because they always to say no when you want to say yes, and then when they say yes, you want to say no. So I'm here to tell you, say you keep looking with this proposed timeline for the executive recruitment. Y'all going out of town and getting your classmates to say recruitment, you're taking the children everywhere. You meeting these people. You bring them in. That's a blessing that we got from the state representative, get that $1.5 million. And everything, to me, it seems as if you're trying to seem like these 3 people not going out city nowhere. But yet you were there, all the same old stuff was still going on before they got in their position. What did you do? You talk on the thing that you want them to support you with. So come on and do the right thing. Let's do the right thing. Don't be like what that Roger Dangerfield say. I just don't get no respect. Y'all don't be trying to get nobody respect for the things they do and say. You always want to down them. You always want to, you blackball some of the council people that was in here till they feel like they can never run in this city no more. Thank you, Mr. Guyton, you came up there. But God is still good. Y'all got to remember there's a book and a book written. You're putting your name on things here, but you better make sure you got your right name in the right book. You better get the right, you're talking about the wages and what Mr. Wilkins should get. He's getting $10,000 less than what Mr. Evans was getting. Like I told you before, I've been up there and getting Mr. Evans because he helped a lady I know. But yet, if you look and go back and see things that was not completed under him while he was saying, Mr. Evans not coming back. Do other things. As you say, this is the best place to work, live, and play. It's saying some of you still being a crow on top of the back of the eagle. You're standing around and just trying to make sure it don't work. You try to make the council go over because he had a special thing. We ain't gonna go late, but you can get on there and ask all these questions. Then you finally get the engineer up and straighten you out about something. Then you say, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that was what you didn't know, but yet you get up there hindering everything. Get with the program and get this council, this city to move. Do what you say you've been doing for 12 now.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next public speaker, please.
Next speaker is Malcolm Summons Sr., followed by Michael Jordan, Doretta Polk, and John Taylor.
Good evening, Malcolm Summons, retired City of Riviera Beach employee, Public Works Department, 25 years. I was employed with the City of Riviera Beach in 1998. On the record, it was 99. Many employees kind of got caught up in that raft where we lost time. But needless to say, it saddens me to hear that a lot of people are not happy with Mr. Bill Wilkins. To me, Mr. Bill Wilkins was a matriarch for our city. He did a lot of great things. Not only is he qualified, he can do the job. So if you're not from here, you probably wouldn't know and understand, and I get it. You have to be from here. And as I look around, it looks like, and well, it sounds like a lot of people's not from here. You have to be from Riviera Beach to really know and understand the things that he put in place, the things that he implemented, the programs that he was involved in. So he's more than educated and qualified for this position. And I know a lot of us are still upset about Mr. Evans leaving and will not getting his contract renewed. But that's fine. I'm one to tell you that Mr. Evans was right in his own little way, but he turned a blind eye to a lot of things. Okay, you're talking about a 25-year veteran employee here, and the truth needs to be told. I hear a lot of people come up and I hear all the lies and all of that, but Mr. Evans hurt a lot of people, including me. Okay, I was up here before saying the same thing. There's a continuation when we get on this other item, but there was a lot of hurt employees, and you guys don't even know the half of it. There's a mission statement, and I wonder, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the city of Riviera Beach's mission statement. I got this mission statement in 1998, okay? And there are 6 items, line items. The last 2, I would give you credit for, but the first 4, we failed. The first one is treating others as we would like to be treated. City of Riviera Beach failed. Being friendly and helpful at all times. City of Riviera Beach failed. Taking the extra step to provide quality services to all citizens. City of Riviera Beach failed. Maintaining clear, open, and conscious communications.
Thank you very much for your comments.
City of Riviera Beach failed.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please.
Next public speaker is Michael Jordan, followed by Doretta Polk and John Taylor.
Okay, as always, I would like to say hello to everybody. Attorney Don, you stay encouraged, and I want everybody up there to stay encouraged, okay, in doing the right thing. Not saying that you're doing nothing wrong, but doing the right thing, okay? First of all, I hear a lot of talk about this pool and what's going on with this pool, but I never heard anything saying that it would be accessible for children or adults with disabilities. No one never said anything about that. So I do want to know what's up with that, where that stands. So when he comes up again, that needs to be mentioned. Also, the gentleman that you all using to actually do the pool, and correct me if I'm wrong, is Mr. Terrence Bailey. Is that correct or incorrect? I guess you probably can't answer right now, but if so, he's the same one that done the streets in Monroe Heights. So I'm not sure that the pool would be in such great standards because Monroe Heights streets was messed up, okay? The next thing that I want to talk about, I know that you all want to rush the pool, but I know you all voted on it. But when we rush things, we know that a lot of mistakes are made, okay? And I do not like the pressure that's being put on Ms. Ammons, even though she's not saying anything, because what my question would be, if there's a mistake made, even if her staff make it in the documentation or whoever checked behind them, they're not going to go after the staff. They're going to mention her because she's the director. So you all want her to push this. So will you be there to support her if a mistake happens and it's not actually her mistake? That's what I want to know, okay? Because I feel like she needs to be supported. She don't know me too much from a can of paint except for coming in here. That's how you know I'm about the right, okay? So like I said, I want all of you all to continue to be encouraged. I want you all to be encouraged to do the right thing. Okay, I'm not saying that you're doing anything wrong, because you know when you do wrong, when the light shine, it comes out. Because the real us gonna show up. That's why I can never hide who I am. That's why I have to come in here and be real, whether you like it or not. Now, the things that they keep saying about Mr. Bill, he's a great guy. And I want to say this about Mr. Evans. I never dislike him, but he's gone. He's in Lauderhill. He won't be back.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Doretta Polk, followed by John Taylor and Ayan Suka.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and I just want to commend the hard work and dedication to our Senator Menard and also our Representative Javante Edmonds for bringing in over $1 million to the city to help us with this water plant. What a phenomenal job they are doing. And I would just want to express that. And I also want to thank the many thank you goes out to Sincere 2000, Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson, and also Mayor Lawson concerning the initiative they put for the back to school for the children. And also not leaving you out, Chair Guyton, your initiative that you gave for the Monroe Heights area. This was much needed. There is a lot of people, families hurting, and you all's initiative that you all did for these children, bringing backpacks and also the school supplies, haircuts, and the painting of the little girls' nails, that really uplifts these children. And I want to thank you all for doing that and continue that. I went to a fabulous fire department health forum that was here Thursday. Absolutely marvelous. They had Found Care, Catholic Charities there, Reentry Center was there, Nicole Massage Therapist was there, and our very own former Councilwoman Judy Davis was there, and she set up a booth, a health booth concerning all natural and all invasive, non-invasive, 100% pure patches. And it was, she put one on me and I felt better. So hats off to her. And I want to just know, for the fire department that the forum they had, the MC was Mr. Jason, and Mrs. Williams and Ms. Thomas was absolutely awesome. They brought in fire detectors, also carbon dioxide, monoxide detectors, fire extinguishers. I was able to get a couple of those products because I needed them. And all the booths were wonderful. Information that was given out. Very valuable information. And I want to know if they're going to be at the 21st at the beach, are there going to be parking? Would people have to pay for parking? If you can answer that later.
Okay,
And I
thank you very much for your
very
comments.
much.
The next speaker is John Taylor, followed by Ayan Suka.
Good evening, John Taylor, Island Road, Riviera Beach. Thank you to the City Council and all the great work you're doing. Appreciate all your efforts. I'm here because I got a notice on a very old and modest sailboat that I own this past week. And I wasn't aware that there was going to be a law change, and I wish I had attended those meetings earlier. But unfortunately, I mean, I do disagree with the ordinance. I feel that I think that I agree that the derelict boats are damaging and an eyesore. But I don't think a few rotten eggs should spoil the dozen. And I don't think laws should be implemented for everybody when it's really just a couple boats that are causing these problems. And it's a matter of policing on the water to inspect boats and to monitor those boats. The majority of all of us out there are sailors. We can't afford expensive marinas, and there's a precedence here of decades and decades of people being able to drop anchor there. Just like an easement, if you had a neighbor and you were allowed to pass there for decades and decades to access a road or a beach through an easement, and then you acquire those rights. It's a similar thing. I mean, if for 40 years someone's dropping an anchor, and then all of a sudden one day someone shows up and says you can't do this anymore, it's inherently going to create a lot of problems for people. We can't just tow out the boats on the back of a pickup truck. These are sailboats. The cost to bring a sailboat out of the water is not worth the boat itself. It's a tight-knit community. People take care of each other out there. I'll give you an example. I was doing a holiday boat tour, and I ran aground on a sandbar. I had my kids on board, probably 8 people total. It was 10 p.m. at night. We sat there for an hour. 10 luxury yachts passed us, all telling us to call Seatow and pay $1,500. And then one of those live-aboard boats passing by under sail was the one to stop. A 25-year-old kid, you know, went out of his way and simply threw me a rope that I could tie to a hitch and pulled us off the sandbar. So you passed the ordinance. I understand it's what's done is done, but perhaps you could make a rule to allow
Thank you
us
for your
just
comment.
a transition period
Would
until
you-
the
wait,
mooring field is established.
Next public speaker, please.
The next speaker is Ayaan Suka.
Good evening, everybody, and good evening, City Council. My name is Jan Chuka. I'm a boater, and I'm here to support our boaters community, my fellow boaters, with sailboats. And we just been threatened by the authority to move, to leave. Where? We follow all the instruction, what we get to the anchorage permits, what we got. We register with the state and everything. And the only one what are getting tickets are the people who are registered with the anchoring permit, would have the boat registered, insured, because we had a meeting with mayor a couple of weeks ago and explained to him how it can be identified the real boat from the ship-shape boat. And I said, easy, like on the street. What is the police officer asking you when you stop you? Driver license, proof of insurance, and registration. And derelict boats, they don't have insurance for sure because they cannot get that. And mostly of them are not registered. So, in other words, what is all focusing on us, because we honest register with all the instruction we get, and they have our information in database. And this we ask for you guys to help us until the mooring field will be finalized, and we'll be the first one who will rented the boats over there. But we need a little help from you. Like we told to Mr. Mayor, we're asking for some help from your council, and don't, because if we have to pay $250 or $500 a day, that's impossible. Nobody will be able to do that. And where do we have to go? We don't have any place to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Chair, we do have one more comment card. Public comments begin today at 7:25. This card was submitted before the acceptance and close of comment cards. So it's the pleasure of the board if you want to hear the person or not.
Board members, you want to hear?
What time did it come in?
You have any, a card was submitted after the time, but we have the option of hearing it or not.
No, what time was it submitted?
Are you Carrie Warner?
Please don't speak. Please wait. to
We
be
started
called on.
public
Thank you.
comment a little early at 7:25. She submitted her card before the close of the acceptance of comment cards.
You didn't
Please,
call,
please wait to be called on.
you didn't close it at 7:30?
No, it was a little after 7:30.
I couldn't hear you. Say it again?
It was a little after 7:30 when the acceptance of the cards.
Okay, if you didn't close it and she put it in before it was closed, then, yeah.
Carrie Warner?
I appreciate that the mayor is here for this meeting. That is wonderful. I live Riviera Beach Marina. I lived here for 2 years on a sailboat in the slip, and I paid for it. I also have a sailboat out there on the hook. And I love Florida for being able to take care of us and give us a way to live and make it in a place where it's affordable to actually survive.
Could
And
you speak into the mic, please?
What did you say?
Could you speak into the microphone?
I feel like you can hear me.
Okay, keep talking.
Okay, there I am. I am so bothered by the parking here that you guys are starting to make, and you're not giving us clean water. And you took away my market on the weekends. All my people used to come here because we could afford to come here. Their spices and their gifts and everything. I loved seeing them all, and I don't get to see them no more. You know why? Because you put all these parking meters in here, and you get all this money, and you don't even give us clean water. You don't give us parks, libraries. You want more, I don't know what you're using that money for. I don't love, no. I mean, no. Do better for the people, please. I pray for you all to do better for the people here. I love it here, and I love these people. I am these people, and we need clean water. We don't need parking here. We can't even hang out here anymore. We don't even have a market anymore. They don't even come here anymore because we can't pay for parking. They don't pay that many taxes. I'm aware because the trains and all of that stuff. Do better. Please do better. That's all I'm here to say. Let them live here. Make the mooring field. I mean, help them. Come out with things where we can pump it out or please, Mayor, all of us, let's do better together. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any more?
Mr. Chair,
public
that's end the public comment.
Okay, next item, please.
Mr. Chair, we are on item 12D. Continued discussion of the Mayor Ronnie Felder inquiry into employee complaints. Item 12D was moved before item 12A under discussion and deliberation. Mr. Chair, we have 5 comment cards in this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
Thank you very much. Walter, could you upload that first page of that document for me? Thank you. Okay, I've been very concerned since I got elected that employees who had the courage to come forward and make claims haven't had the decency or courtesy from the city to even have their claims investigated. They articulated what they were, but nobody ever investigated them. That's a huge problem with me. Our most valuable resource are our employees. Our employees are the ones on the front line. Our employees are the ones that's taking the heat from the public on a daily basis. Our employees are the ones out in the field, as one lady said tonight, helping residents when they don't have to. The least we can do is when we as an organization get a complaint, we have to investigate it. I've been in public service. I'm close to 30 with the county. I did 4 in Royal Palm Beach, close to 35 years of public service. I'll file at least 5 or 6 complaints in those 35 years. Within a month, I've got a response, whether it's valid or not. And when you don't get a response, that gives the other employees the impression that there's no need to step up and try to convey what the issues are because they're not going to be investigated. That date is July 2024. This is August 26th. To my knowledge, how many of those complaints, 33 people came forward, how many have been investigated to determine the validity of them? 0. We're talking about how good we were doing as a city. I have a different opinion. This type of stuff don't reflect well on us as a city. People are not going to want to work here. The people here, morale going to be very low because if they feel they're being mistreated, and we as a council not making sure that staff is doing what they need to do to investigate these issues, the morale is going to be very low, as it is now. So, we have to make a decision. I do not think that, and let me say this, I've been quietly getting phone calls about issues that are going on. I've been quietly investigating them. Most of them have proven to be valid. Even staff would admit, even before I came chair council person, yeah, we dropped the ball here, we dropped the ball there. Why do I have to get involved in order for staff to move? We have a problem. We don't like to talk about problems. We like to put our best foot forward. Everything is okay, and we're just doing just fine. We haven't been doing fine for a long time. For a long time. I had the courage to get up here and start articulating that we have a problem. Then to some people, I'm the problem because I'm trying to reveal a problem. But it is what it is. But we're on the right path now. And one thing that I feel is very reprehensible is for these employees to have to suffer in silence for 2 years and didn't even have the courtesy to investigate their claim. And some would prefer that we don't do it now. Absolutely not. We need to have an outside, independent source to come in and investigate every claim. Some of them may not be valid, but instead of investigating the claims, you know what we did as a city? We decided to go and handpick an attorney to clear the people who were accused before we investigated the claims that they were accused of. Some of those claims probably would have been dismissed as being invalid. But no, our administration run down there and we need to clear our name first. I don't know who supported that craziness, but we did it backwards. And it is unacceptable to me and it's very embarrassing. We supposed to be a professional organization. And when a claim is submitted, it is investigated in a timely manner. 2 years. I'm going to be asking the council to hire somebody who has no relation to Riviera Beach to do the investigation of these claims. I don't care whether the people are still here or not. Some of them, I think, personally were retaliated against because they saw, management saw, that it was not going to go anywhere and they felt they could treat these people the way they wanted to. Not all of the managers, let me say that. All of the managers were not like this. Let me also say, I know that there's some employees that would try to take advantage of this process of we saying now that everything's going to be investigated. If it's determined that there are some frivolous complaints that are repeated, they will be held accountable. The employees. But most of these complaints, I think, are valid. But we would never know until we investigate them. Those are my opening comments. Does anybody want to say anything? We do have some comment cards, but this is unacceptable to me.
Chair?
Yes. Vice Chair Spears.
Okay, Attorney Nguyen, can you tell me if in the collective bargaining agreement with the union, do we have an obligation to investigate complaints from employees?
An obligation to investigate complaints, and we do that.
Okay, we do. And under state law, do we have an obligation to investigate complaints?
I'd have to
from
look into
employees?
that. I'd have to look into that.
I think it goes on the hostile work environment. But your first answer answers my question. We clearly have a fiduciary responsibility, a contractual obligation to investigate complaints in a timely fashion.
For those employees covered under the
With the
collective
union,
bargaining
yes.
agreements.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry?
I couldn't hear. What did Ms. Nguyen say? Ms. Nguyen.
Ms. Nguyen said that we have an obligation through the
What
union
did she say?
contract.
Can I hear her?
Hey, please stop being, you know, you're not going to come in here and disrespect what we're doing. I know you don't want to hear some of what's being said, but it's the truth. While I sit here, that's what I'm going to tell you.
Ms. Nguyen?
Ms. Nguyen.
Mrs. Miller Anderson, the question Dr. Spirit has posed was whether we have an obligation to investigate employee complaints under the collective bargaining units. And I said yes, as it relates to those employees who are covered under the collective bargaining agreements. Because it only applies to them. So if you're in the union, then yes. If you're not in the union, then it doesn't apply to them.
So the complaints that were given to the investigator, I guess, they did not have to go through the HR process?
They could have, they didn't. It was an inquiry that the mayor did, giving those employees an opportunity, the mayor at that time, giving those employees the opportunity if they wanted to come forward. They did not choose, I guess, to go to HR. I wasn't really involved in that process other than selecting the attorney and entering into the contract with her. After that, I wasn't involved in the process.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman Lanier.
I think that any employee, regardless of if they are covered by a union or not, if they have complaints, should be investigated. And there's a process for that. It starts with the supervisor, it goes to the HR, and then it escalates from there. But anybody, regardless of union affiliation, should be able to complain, and that complaint should be investigated, period. There was a letter sent by, an email sent by the attorney for response to the report. He asked that this information be read into the record, which I will do now. Good evening. Attached are remarks that I'm requesting to be read into their entirety regarding item 12D. They are copied and pasted below for ease of publishing by reading. Tayson Gaines, Esquire, August 19, 2026. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, city attorney, city clerk, for publication by reading remarks under comments to item 12D. This is a request from Tayson C. Gaines, Esquire, external independent legal counsel appointed to the city manager's office on behalf of 6 named employees and former employees who were adversely implicated in the Mayor Ronnie L. Felder's inquiry into the employee complaints climate survey July 2024, referred to as the mayor's report. I'm requesting that my remarks be published by reading them to the mayor, the city council, and the public in their entirety when item 12D comes up for discussion. I am further requesting that my written remarks are thereafter received into the records of the city through the city clerk. Item 12D, continued discussion of Mayor Ronnie Felder inquiry into employee complaints. This item is through William E. Wilkins, but you did say, Mr. Chair Guyton, that you also wanted to be on the agenda as well. City manager, through William E. Wilkins, city manager, and it states that staff recommends that the city council provide direction to the city manager regarding any appropriate next steps. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard briefly. I do not request to be heard to ask the council to reach any conclusion regarding the pending my independent report. As the one charged with providing the independent report, I am opposed to any recommendation that action be taken regarding the complaints of those employees and former employees who have already made their statements, which resulted their professional reputation being tarnished and other adverse implication and severe reputational damage as a result of the development, production, and distribution of the mayor's report. The affected employees, like every employee, simply wish to receive the same meaningful opportunity to be heard before conclusion regarding their alleged conduct becomes permanent. We do know from public statements that those adversely implicated employees and former employees reportedly all understood that their responsibilities arose under the city charter and under the direction and supervision of the former city manager, Jonathan Evans. They have publicly reported that regardless of who occupies the office of the city manager, their commitments remain the same, to faithfully perform their duties consistent with the charter, city policies, and lawful direction. I respectfully ask that the independent report be permitted to reach its conclusion so that all affected employees may have the benefit of a complete record. Whatever conclusion ultimately are reached, they should rest upon a process that is complete, that is balanced, and that is fair. I am requesting that you not proceed with another investigation until you provide to myself as outside counsel all that is necessary for me to complete the report and respond to the report from former Mayor Felder. Former City Manager Evans on March 26, 2026, in response to a question from Councilperson Davis Paneer, advised that the complaints of those who made them in the mayor's report will be addressed in the independent report as well. The only direction that should be given to City Manager Wilkins is that he cooperates and directs all employees under his supervision and direction to cooperate fully and in good faith with me so that the independent report may be completed and presented. Thank you. And that was from the Gaines firm.
Okay. The Gaines firm was hired, I'm not sure by whom, because from what I understand, it didn't go through our city attorney, and that's the problem. So I don't want to speak out of turn. Did you have any involvement with hiring Mr. Gaines?
I did not.
Okay. Our city attorney, I'm telling you, was a lot going on in this city that was not right. If you're going to hire an attorney, you go through the city attorney. There are 6 employees that Mr. Gaines represents. Not the ones who filed a claim. The other 6 who were accused of unfairness or whatever the accusations were. The city council hired Mr. Gaines. He has missed countless deadlines. Not one, not two, not three, countless. He has the majority of what the contract is. I think it was 65, I think he has about 60. Do you know the work product that we've seen from him? Now, the council hired him. He doesn't listen to us. He said he listened to the former city manager when he was here. Really? Do you know the work product that we have gotten from him? That would be zero. Nothing. Nothing, not one sheet. Nothing. If you're our client and we request the work product that you have for now, you have a responsibility and even an obligation to provide that. Oh, not him. So whatever Mr. Gaines is saying, and I will make this public too, it's gotten so bad that we voted to file a complaint with the bar on him. And that has happened. You're not going to come in this community and disrespect us. We pay you $60,000 and you give us nothing but a lot of lip. Not why I sit here. It's not going to happen. People can get in their feelings, but you're not going to abuse the taxpayers' funds and then act like you the victim. Produce a product. And it's not on your requirements. What we ask for, we pay you, you give. That's how this thing works with our client lawyer. He thinks that he can tell us what to do. I'm not sure. I haven't seen that he had a background in any of this that he's doing. I'm not sure who hired him, but I'm sure we have a big problem. That's why we had to file a complaint with the bar. So, we have some public comment cards, and then we need to decide what direction we're going to take, because we need to take a direction.
Chair,
Yes.
let me ask a question. So I think the first question is, has everybody up here read the entire report? The entire
I have.
report?
I don't know about everybody. I can only speak for me.
Okay, that's the first thing. Secondly, was that report not an investigation?
No. No. It was a report to retrieve complaints. None of the complaints were investigated. That was supposed to be the next step. And the former mayor attempted to try to do that, but somebody decided they're going to run out and get an attorney to try to defend the ones that were accused before they even investigated the complaints that were there. Now that is backwards.
So the mayor's report was presented as fact.
No.
It was, well, yeah.
Not facts.
I say that because it has investigation in the title. But that's neither here nor there. I think that, as I said earlier, that any employee that has a complaint should be able to make that complaint, and that complaint should be investigated, regardless of where they stand in the city. Now, with that being said, that also comes into play the process in which a employee does that. And I think some of the heartburn that I had with the mayor's report was the fact that a lot of the complaints that were made had not been escalated to the supervisor, to HR. Out of 33 employees, only 3 of them had actually went to HR. So it's very difficult to, I wish you would control the audience, because having.
I got him.
Yeah, because trying to have
show some respect.
talk and then you have interruptions.
Understood.
Yeah.
Finish your thought.
I lost it. But I'll say that whatever investigation, I have no problem with investigations at all. I just want to make sure that the process in which that was the reason for the mayor's report / investigation, was that those employees said to the mayor and the other $60,000 lawyer that there were problems. And then when we researched 90% of those complaints, they had not went anywhere but from their mouth during the interview. Now, with that being said, okay, that's fine, but that is a process for people in when you make a complaint. So now you make a complaint in a report, and then you expect us to know beforehand what that complaint was when we had no idea. And I had told you before, the report was given to us on a Saturday morning, and it was made public all over the city, and we had no idea what was in it. No idea that the people who were in it had complaints, no idea that the people who were in it were having issues, no idea whatsoever. So we were put in a position that the first question that we ask is, did the individuals go to their supervisor? Did they go to HR to be able to lodge these complaints so that, it got to the mayor's report? Because it's just nothing has happened. But as I said before, none of that happened. So it took us off guard, given the fact that we had never heard these complaints before. So with all that being said, I still understand that if you read that report from front to back, it reads as an investigation, but it also reads as someone saying that they saw someone doing something or they heard someone say something, but then at the end of the paragraph, they say, well, I don't know for sure because somebody told me that. So it's really a lot of hearsay. But even with all that being said, I understand the position of the people who were mostly accused in that report, which is what the Gaines firm is actually investigating. And I agree. We should have had something by now. I agree with that. And even though the Gaines firm has been engaged in this, I do have to agree with the fact that the city should have gotten something from this firm by now. I can't dispute that. So with all that being said, I think that what we need to look at is how do we go from here? What we do a whole nother investigation, then, I even suggested that, at different municipalities and organizations, people have, they have surveys that go out to every employee to give them an opportunity to say what's wrong. And I think that focusing on 3 or focusing on 6, let everybody have an opportunity to say this, that, or the other. Because what we've done now is that we put ourselves in a position where we have 33 people that said that 30 of them had complaints and it was not ever escalated. We hear about it in the report. Then we have 6 that say, hey, that was not what happened. And then now we're at a situation where we just need to investigate people's complaints. So where does that leave us? What do we do with that?
Chair.
Well, you just said we have to investigate the complaints.
Chair.
Wait, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Lanista has the floor.
So we're going to investigate the 33 again, or are we going to give everybody an opportunity?
We have not investigated these complaints. They only shared their complaints. None of them have been investigated to determine the validity, whether where there's some facts that can back up what they're saying or not.
Right. So how does that work? I'm just off the top of my head.
Okay.
So you have, let me finish. You have one employee that says that they have these complaints. I'm not saying that the complaint is not legitimate, not at all. But when you have a situation where the complaint was never made to a supervisor, never made to HR, how do you investigate that? How do you ask? I mean, you're having the person's word and you're saying, well, why didn't you go to your supervisor? Why didn't you go to HR? It is difficult to process something of that nature because now we're looking at hearsay. But even with all of that being said, I still go back to my original point that any complaint needs to be investigated. It's just how does that happen?
Yes, and we're going to have that discussion. But one of the things that I've determined, there have been a few employees coming to me.
Sure.
They don't trust staff, and the reason they don't trust staff is we sitting here 2 years into this, and if those were issues back then that you're articulating now, they could have been articulated then, and it could have went up that process that you're suggesting. But nobody brought that to the table. Everybody started taking sides, and that's where everything fell apart. And the only side I'm taking is right. If somebody has done something, they need to be held accountable. If they haven't, they need to be cleared of that. I'm not trying to say that one side or the other has any more validity. I'm saying that we dropped the ball as a city, and it's embarrassing because it's 2 years into the game now. Yes.
Chair, I have one thing and I'll be done. One thing, the only thing that I'm concerned about is that you have 500 employees and you have 33 that had complaints. You had only three of them that even escalated it to HR. I thought that my understanding is that that was what the original report was supposed to do. When the mayor discovered that there were people who were having complaints or having issues in their different departments, which really just divided different departments, when they had these complaints, that attorney would investigate that. That was the purpose of an outside attorney. For that person to say, hey, this person is saying that somebody mistreated them. So the purpose was for that attorney to go to HR to do that investigation. I mean, anybody can lodge a complaint. The purpose of that report was to make sure that whoever made a complaint, that it was investigated. These complaints were never investigated, but that was the purpose of the report because the people had complaints. They were looking for some justice. So the purpose of $65,000 was to get that complaint because anybody can take complaints. So we paid $65,000 for them to just take complaints. The purpose of that report was for them to take those complaints and to run them down and to say whether they were valid or invalid or somebody needs to be reckoned with. That was the purpose of that report. Because anybody can lodge a complaint. Anybody can. You pay $65,000 just to take complaints. But I digress.
Thank you.
I just want to say that regardless of any of that, it needs to be in a fair process where anybody who has a complaint should be investigated.
I would agree. Councilwoman Davis Pinero.
Okay, so.
And then we're going to go to the public comment card.
Okay, so really quick.
After Vice Chair Spiritus.
Okay, so really quickly, but once we got the information, you did hire the other attorney, but the mayor it's not his responsibility to do the investigation. The investigation should have been done by the manager, and that did not happen. And you said yourself that it was an inquiry with different questions being asked, but there was no real answer. That's why we needed an investigation. But here we are 2 years, later. So everybody deserves to be heard, as you said. But can we go back to the original 33 first, and let's address their issues, and then if we need to go and address others after that, that's fine. But these people have waited a long time to get their issues heard, and they deserve to be heard. And like you said, maybe we find out that it wasn't an issue at all, but I think that they deserve to be heard, and retaliation is a real thing. So the process probably didn't happen because people felt like they would be retaliated against, or like we said, can't be trusted to talk to the manager, to talk to the supervisor. So we know that it's been a lot of stuff happening, and so we can't act like everything has been fair and everybody's been treated fairly. And there is a such thing as the sandbox, and I do believe it. So I say let's move forward.
Chair.
Yes, Chair,
Chair,
I,
I think I'm next,
Wait,
Chair.
slow down. Councilwoman Lanier, Councilwoman Davis Bernier has the floor, and then it's Vice Chair, Spiritus. And then if you want to speak again,
Okay,
then it'll
thank
be
you.
your turn again.
And so I would say, what are we doing from this point as far as moving forward with investigating the 33? Does it happen with the city manager, or do we
No.
have to hire somebody from outside? That's my question.
And we'll answer that. Are you done?
Yes.
Right. But to answer your question, since I was the one brought it up,
Right.
it is my intent to have someone unassociated or unrelated who's never worked for the city to come in with the independent look. There's still people here who have been accused, and if we try to do it through the city manager, those people are still around. The people who have made the complaint are not going to feel comfortable that it was done fairly, because the same people are still here.
follow.
So it's my suggestion to hire an outside firm who never done any work for Riviera Beach, who have no relations, to come in here and give an independent look at these complaints
Okay,
and determine.
And follow up with that, that will be determined by the board. Will our city attorney be a part of
Oh,
choosing, or what?
absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
very
she,
good.
she should have been a part of it back then, but
She should have.
people thought that things were being run very nicely here. And Vice Chair Spearless.
Chair, I just wanted to say, my first week as a city councilman, when I was walking in City Hall, employees were coming out of their offices and coming over to me and filing similar complaints to me. They said that they feared retribution. They were afraid to go to supervisors or other departments. I suggested that they go to the mayor, which they did. I also spoke with senior staff and asked them to follow up and meet with these people and investigate. That never happened. It was the first time that I heard the word, by the way, sandbox. I didn't know what they were talking about. I said, what did they say? They said sandbox. And then I learned what that meant. And if you're in the sandbox, you get treated good. If you're out of the sandbox, you get retribution.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
So I believe that we have an obligation, a legal obligation, for many of these employees to follow through with the investigation. The mayor did start the investigation, but he did not conclude the investigation. He did his report, and he expected there to be follow-up, and that did not happen. So I welcome any follow-up on both sides, by the way. I want whatever the facts are, the facts are. But we have to know what they are, and we have to give everybody an opportunity to have a say, and we do have to follow through. If people were mistreated, the people who are doing the mistreatment have to suffer the consequences that our contracts and our code of ethics speaks to for the city. So that's my position right now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lanier, then we have to go to public comment.
All right, very good. I
We
just wanted
can't
to
keep-
say that we have to be very careful with this. We have to be very careful with this in the sense that if we're talking about an investigation, the comments in the audience is blowing me for real. No, it's not the truth.
Wait, let's not go back and forth with the audience. Make your
I'm
comment.
not sitting here trying to say that anyone here is not saying the truth. But there's a way in which you do business. And the issue what we're talking about here is that if we're talking about an investigation, take one employee, for example, and there was nothing filed with their supervisor, there was nothing filed with HR, and you were investigating that person's claim. What would you use to substantiate that claim? And that becomes part of the investigation. I think that what happened with the
Please. Stop it. Let us get to this.
what
Go
happened with
ahead.
the investigation was that there was never any follow-up. And I say that from both parts, from the mayor's report and whomever done it, because it was never even officially presented to us. We got the report somebody put a report in my mailbox at home. It never got the air that it needed. If we're gonna do this, then this needs to be public. That if we're going to investigate anything, it needs to be public all the way. Because what happens is you have a report that nobody knew anything about, none of the stuff in it could be substantiated by any documents. So now you have a situation where now you're going to do another report and find out that whatever the case may be. But I still say all of this needs to be public.
Okay, public comment cards, please.
Mr. Chair, we have 5 public comment cards. The first speaker is Annette Dragon, followed by Cindy March and Tiffany Williams.
Hello again, Annette Dragon, Riviera Beach. I seem to be being a yo-yo tonight. I'm hearing all these comments about investigations and secondary investigations and people complaining and people not substantiating complaints and so on. What I would like to know is how many of these complaints are actually people who are disgruntled with other people that they work with? Is that the basis of an inquiry? Or is it just petty jealousy or envy or whatever? How many of these people are still working for the city of Riviera Beach? If they're so disgruntled, leave. Also, there needs to be a process in place with HR. How many of these complainants actually went to human resources and documented their complaint? And how many of those complaints were actually investigated by human resources in the first place? Didn't we already have an investigation done by an independent company for $60,000? Where's that investigation and the documents that support that? Why are we even thinking about spending more money on another investigation from an outside person or company? These all should have been resolved within human resources and not given to city councillors or the city manager or anybody else unless it was actually a warranted escalation. I'd like to know what HR was doing, what they are going to do moving forwards, and whether we as the citizens of Riviera Beach can actually see any of this documentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Cindy March, followed by Tiffany Williams and Malcolm Summons Sr.
Good evening, Council. Cindy March. To be honest with you, these employees do talk. You'll be surprised how many phone calls I get right now today about what happened in that investigation. And I didn't even look at the agenda today because I would have brought my 33-page investigation. When Felder was here, Felder laid out the timeline. I don't know where you all was. Y'all be so busy shielding Evans till when stuff hit you back in the face after 2 years and 15 months, y'all want to revitalize it to make it look good. Lanier, you should be the last person. You need to worry about that subpoena you got going on. Doug, do you remember? Because I can't remember. Didn't you suspend Evans something towards this matter? I can't remember what the suspension was, and me and you met one-on-one, and you told me your statement was, nobody never know what I'm gonna do. Because I told you I was surprised. Y'all was worried about Felder didn't talk. Soon as he started talking, he was the worst mayor in Palm Beach County. This man had already documented everything. I remember when he passed his aide, which is your aide now, Mr. Guyton, he came and he passed all of y'all a yellow envelope out. And his statement was to you all, I'll be able to leave out of here with my briefcase, but some of you all won't be able to do that. He was sick and tired the way these employees been treated. All I want to say to you all and myself and everybody watch on TV and everybody watch here, I want you all to ask yourself, what if it was me? I work and I train people all day long in security. And when I train them, a rule is a rule. I don't care if it's a personal vendetta, treat everybody the same. Shouldn't nobody come in the workplace and have to walk like they on a toothpick, don't know when they're gonna get fired because you all shielded this man up under this investigation for 2 years too long. Stop going back and forth. Taxpayers don't need that. Get along with the business. Walk with it like you did with Evans. Let's move forward. In the city, we love to live, work, and play.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker, please.
The next speaker is Tiffany Williams, followed by Malcolm Summers Sr. and Doretta Paul.
Good evening, Tiffany Williams, SCI Union representative. So let me tell you, Ms. Doretha Perry retired. After her retirement, the city had 5+ human resource director that only lasted 6 to a year and a half. Yes, complaints were there. Where are they? No one knows. And let me tell you, it's going to come up again because every time we get a new HR director, they come with their own policy. They don't go by the City of Riviera Beach policy and the City of Riviera Beach collective bargaining agreements. They go by, oh, this is how it should be, this is how I feel, and this is what it is. The question should be asked when it comes up, where is it in city policy? Where is it in the CBAs? But it's not. Decisions are made on how people feel. It's going to come back again, the same report. Retaliation, yes. An employee was moved out of a department. Now we have an employee, a director using his little peon to retaliate another employee because he saw his name and report about him. It's going on. It's going on, it's real. Another thing that comes up, we have our BTR clerks. These employees was reclassified with another HR director. They have not received their money. 2 years ago, they settled. Guess what? They still have not received their money. HR department. We're going to be lost because of an HR department. Not saying they don't know, it's because they come in with their own rules. They don't go by city policy or our CBAs. So an employee morale is going to continue to be low. It's going to continue to downfall. And the city employees are going to be in trouble again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. And those names that you said were reclassified and hadn't been paid, would you give them to text for me, please? Those names that you said were reclassified but hadn't been paid, could you give those names to my assistant, please? Next public speaker.
The next speaker is Malcolm Summers Sr., followed by Doretta Paul.
Good evening, Malcolm Summons, retired former employee, City of Riviera Beach, Public Works Department. So to answer your question, Mr. Guidance, see, the problem was Deidre Jacobs, Jonathan Evans, and your HR department, okay? Your HR department was corrupt. I never liked the new logo, but it really stands for what was going on. What's underneath, we'll find out what was underneath, a bunch of corruption. And that's why a lot of the employees didn't go and talk and go through that process that Ms. Lanier is talking about. It should have went through the process. And here's the policies and procedures. And it sounds real cute until you are the employee that went through that, like me. Yeah, I'm on page 46 of 52, okay? I'm the one that talked to Ethan Stein about being in the sandbox because I wasn't a part of the sandbox. So imagine yourself being an employee who fell ill, okay, and wasn't able to return with a doctor's note saying that he's able to return. Mind you, I have an office. I'm a streets and grounds manager. Oh, also that was demoted from operation manager because Ms. Deidre Jacobs decided to put Cedric Clark, who has no degree or experience for that particular position, who's probably still in it now, okay? I was not able to return to work. I had a take-home vehicle, and the reason why I had a take-home vehicle because I was the on-call person for police and fire. So I would leave my home anytime given day or night, weekends, whatever, to attend to any issues that related in the city. I had a take-home vehicle. When I was out, do you know that Mr. Cedric Clark, at the head of Deidre Jacobs, made sure that they came and picked up my take-home vehicle. And I came home, I thought it was stolen. So here I'm calling the police to get a report and all of that. Come to find out, they came and took it. No one came and checked on me. Mind you, I was in septic shock, about to leave here. Okay, I was forced to retire because of that. I became homeless. Okay, 25-year veteran became homeless. So, Ms. Lanier, you stated then that it was a witch hunt. It wasn't a witch hunt. It was not a witch hunt. These are real facts, and we were hurt by it. So my number is on the comment card. Anybody that need to talk to me, I'm always here, accessible. I speak for the employees, and they are still scared. So please contact me any given time.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker.
Doretta Polk.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Polk. And it's very disturbing to hear the comments that Mrs. Williams made. It just got to me that totally revamping needs to be done with HR. When, it's chain of command. And this is what we were taught at the great Florida A&M University, the school that I graduated in nursing. If there's any complaints, you go to the charge nurse, supervisor, and then HR. I do not understand the fear these people had, I guess, for wanting their job and stuff like that, keeping their job and not reporting it to the right person, chain of command. This has to be totally revamped, HR. For this has been going on all these years here in the city of Riviera Beach. It's horrible, horrible. And I definitely wouldn't have worked under situations like that. The thing I got, anything that came up between me and my job or whatever, it's going chain of command as we were taught. Another thing, when our Mayor Felder was here, and we asked also the diocese and also the citizens numerous of times, have this attorney who did the first investigation come back and explain. They couldn't find this woman, this attorney. They couldn't find her. That's what was told to us. And I just don't understand that. And there were 6 people that said, I want to clear my name. I never said anything that she reported. That's a falsehood. And that should also be investigated. These 6 people who said they never told that attorney that. We paid $65,000 for this attorney, and she wouldn't even come back to the diocese and explain this. So I think going forward, we need to have a meeting with the employees and let them know these are the rules, and you need to, when you have a complaint, go ahead and report it. And that's the way all this nonsense and the validations can be cleared up and taken care of. Because to hear that this has been going on for years in HR is totally awful.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any more public comment cards?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any more comment cards for this item.
Okay, we're at the point now where we need to, I'm sorry?
We don't have a card for Mr. Losman.
Do we have a card for Mr. Lozman?
We don't.
Are you sure it was for this item, Mr. Lozman? 12 who? Wait, you're talking and nobody can hear you. I'm gonna take a personal privilege. Come on, Mr. Lozman, and which one was it?
You have one for B?
B as in boy? What item was it? If it were 12B, that hasn't come up yet.
Yes, we have 12B as in boy for Mr. Losman.
Oh, yeah, he's got, well, okay, we found your card. It wasn't for this item. You can stay there. You can stay there. It wasn't for this item. We found your card. It's for 12B like in boy. We're on D like in David. Okay. We have to decide because we have other issues to move on.
Chair, do you have a proposed motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to have the attorney to search for a firm with experience in HR investigations, preferably who has no ties, never worked for the city, has no connection to the city, to be retained to investigate the 33 complaints to determine the validity of the complaints, whether they can be proven or disproven, or it may not be enough information. Whatever they find, it is what it is, and we have to keep it moving.
Second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, I have a question. So the person that you're going to hire for an investigation is going to look at this report?
They're going to do the investigation, and whatever they need, we're going to give them access. HR files.
No. I mean, based on the complaints made
Yes,
in the.
yes.
Okay, so that person is looking at that report and going from there.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. Any further questions?
Mr. Chair.
Hearing none?
Yes, sir. Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
I think I heard Councilwoman Miller Anderson first and then Mayor Lawson.
I do want to be put on record that I think the first attorney and possibly the second attorney or supposedly didn't have any ties to the city as well. So that wouldn't be something new that we're doing.
Okay.
These people were supposed to be, untied to the city. I absolutely have no issues with addressing the complaints that were mentioned, but it should be noted that a separate investigation, which had nothing to do with this, also mentioned about there were times where people were recruited for this investigation that we're talking about, the original one. So that needs to be known as well. And then also the report that was written, there was way more that was said or not said in the audio. If you heard the audio and you matched it to the report, it didn't always match up. So if you all are going to move to hire an attorney to investigate these complaints, I truly feel that they need to listen to the recordings also and not just go by what's on the paper. Because even some of the people who are in the report said that they either one didn't say that, or two, they did not include some other things that could have made it appear in a different way. So if you all are going to vote to hire a third person now to do this investigation, they need to have access to the audio as well as the written report, not just the written report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wait, one second. And I'd like to amend my motion to include whoever is hired would have access to all and anything they need to complete their investigation. Total cooperation from all departments. And on an amended motion, I need a second to my amendment.
Chair?
Yes.
Can you add to that, as per the collective bargaining agreement, the city policy and state law?
Yes, now some of these employees are not member of the
Right,
collective
but they come
bargaining.
under the city policy, and
Yeah.
they come under the ethics policy in the city, and they come under
Yes.
state law and federal law.
I will include that as well.
I have a question.
And then, wait, I need a second to the
Second.
amendment. Okay. Second. Okay, on discussion, it was Mayor Lawson was sitting over there waiting next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you want to allow for Ms. Miller Anderson, I'm assuming she had a follow-up to her statement, and then I can address my concern. Because I have a few concerns.
Yeah,
That's okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So even the people who are, because some of those people are not employees, like even when they interviewed them, that they weren't working for the city at that point.
But if they're not, and let me say what I'm looking for. Even if they're not employed by the city now, their input is valuable, because what I want to see is a pattern of behavior. If a pattern of behavior has been established by some of the supervisors and management. So even if they're not working, they need to be talked to, because we're not going to tolerate that toxicity anymore. It's not going to happen. Watch it here. So we're looking for patterns of behavior. Would you like anything else?
And I just wanted to quickly ask the city attorney, was the audio transcribed?
Yes.
Could you send us a copy of the audio?
You have it.
I'm sorry, of the transcription?
You have it, but I can send it again.
Yeah, because what it was is that I remember cutting and pasting the actual transcription to the report, and it was totally different. So
To find that. If
no.
there's some
Listen, I'm just
inconsistency.
saying that
Okay.
I would like to. That should be done again, because what you need to look at.
Please stop in the audience.
Jesus. I mean, I understand that people have emotions about this issue, and I do as well. But you know, it's just professional courtesy. Courtesy that when someone is talking, that you be quiet. So having that report, and then also making sure that those audio transcriptions, which are transcribed, are part of that package, so to
Okay.
speak. Yes.
Okay, Mayor Lawson, and then we're going to vote.
Thank you, sir. First question is going to be for staff, Attorney Nguyen. The second report that was filed, where are we with that? Requested.
We don't have it.
Okay.
Don't have.
And how much did we pay for
That's
this
the
report?
second report, Gaines report. He's
Oh, okay.
asking about Gaines.
And how much did we pay for this report?
Just under $60,000
Okay.
thus far.
We filed a lawsuit recently requesting items, either the report or compensation for the report.
Right.
A board, I would not have any ability to trust anything in the second report if we're looking at a new investigator. So I think that we should amend that lawsuit to just request our money back. First thing, if this report does come back to us, are we going to truly include this into a third part of the report, then have another third-party entity look at the full report again, including this report we still haven't received and has missed multiple deadlines, and also was possibly hired by our staff versus coming directly from the council or going through a solicitation. So I would actually not even have any interest in receiving that second report if we go in this process. The second piece would be the concerns of interviewing or hiring or looking at people that were in this report that were either terminated, quit, or fired, just to get a culture or establishment of where we were 3 years ago. I have major concerns with that process because my goal was always to look at where we are now and move forward. If we're looking at this is going to skew the process because we need to look at all sides, the accused and the accusers. Whoever was in the report and took the right to make a stand and make a statement, I want to make sure that we address them. Whether they were here or they were not here, I agree that we should have a conversation, but I'm also concerned with the current culture of what we're trying to establish and how do we move forward. The next question is going to be, what do we look at with the outcome of the current employees versus the ones that were addressed? If we have employees that address certain issues or concerns, and they may have left the organization and they were terminated because of this report, that is addressing the culture that Mr. Guyton has spoke of. I had an employee that came to the dais today that talked about the culture. The issue we have right now is that I don't want to put us in a position of being prepared for any possible lawsuits. We're setting ourselves up again by doing a third report, wasting more money on an item when we have to just address the current issues of this organization. The question I talked to Attorney Nguyen in our meeting, the time frame of lawsuits. Have we taken a look at that time frame of when an employee can make a lawsuit or file a lawsuit?
I don't have an answer for that right now.
Okay. We need to have that answer, and we need to have that immediately because we have to fix the culture today. We keep going back and looking back, and when I first got into this mayor's office, we did a listening event to listen to the concerns. I want to change the culture today. I can't change what happened previously, and it doesn't give us a clear depiction because we don't have the same staff and leadership in place. We have different people that are here, but we have a lot of the same issues in place, and the same issues that we have, we want to address them. So accountability, addressing the concerns, working with the new party, and getting our money back from the fees that we actually spent money on and worked on. Because if we have that lawsuit that's currently outstanding, we definitely don't need that report. Status of new employees. If employees were in this report, did they know that they were going to be public record? With the first report that was completed.
I don't know what they were told. I know that they were given permission to cooperate without retaliation, but I don't know what they were told, for instance, in their interviews.
Would that be on the audio?
I'll listen to the audio and check.
My other concern is we're revisiting and opening up traumas of these employees that may or may not have may or may not have participated and known this was public record. Because I heard from multiple employees that they did not know that this item was going to be public and that the discussion they had was going to come out. So I'm not sure if this item was even something that they wanted to address or they wanted to remain behind the scenes to address the concerns without the fear of retaliation. And then the claims that some of the individuals made about the people they accused, I want to make sure that we hear from them. So if these people are having a outside entity come in and look at this again, they're going to have to do the work that this second investigation that was supposedly supposed to do. So we have to give clear direction to our staff. How are we going to procure and secure a organization to do the solicitation, to do the investigation? What are going to be the steps in the process once we receive this report? And what proper training and support are we going to provide for the employees? This is not just a rush decision that needs to be made. We need to make sure we take all the proper steps to address it clearly. Because if we hire a firm, what are we doing with that report? What are we going to do next? And then what is going to be the time frame and the expectation? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Chair. Just one more thing. Just one more thing.
Please stop.
Lost my train. Oh, yeah, I was gonna ask the mayor, was he suggesting that we not get the second report? Because we paid money for that report. I want to, any means necessary to get that report.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm definitely suggesting that. I want our money back and that we can use that to go get a different report. Because if we get that report, I believe that it was delayed. I wouldn't trust the quality of that work, and it didn't address any of the concerns that we needed within a timely fashion, and we still to this day don't have any information. So what credibility does that report give us?
I don't agree with.
And we can't answer that because we don't have a product.
Okay. I think we should discuss that second report as a different item. We're here to discuss that first report, and it done spilled over into what we're doing with the second. That's not what we're here for right now.
But, Mr. Chair,
Right,
we have
Ma-
to.
Mayor, no, we don't. No, we
Okay.
don't. No, we don't, Mayor. We're discussing the first report, and we'll put the second report on the next agenda to determine how we want to move with that. I'm not tying the two together. We got separate issues.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The reason we're tying in together, because the inquiry was not complete. The reason we addressed and brought up the second report is because they did not address all concerns for the report. So if we're going to discuss the first report, you have to discuss the second, because if they brought up the items in the first report, there were claims that were made on both sides. So I want to make sure we address the employees and the issues within that. But the reason the second report came up, and it was voted and supported by this dais in majority and paid for, was because there were some concerns in the inquiry that was done. So both sides need to make sure that this is done properly and not any missteps, because obviously the first time was missteps and we're about to do it again.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm ready to take the vote on the motion that's on the table now. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Gaiden.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilpersons Lanier and Miller Anderson dissenting.
Please, please, please. Next item, please.
Mr. Chair, the next item is item 12A, discussion on amending the Key West style architecture of Fire Station 86 to a new modernist elevation and adding Singer Island to the water tank. Mr. Chair, we have 4 comment cards in this item. The acceptance of comment cards is closed.
Did you read the topic into the record? Did you just read?
I just read it, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Is this under discussion? 12B, okay. Staff?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. There was a concern by residents on the island about the architectural style of Fire Station 86. There was a request to change it from the Key West style to a more modern style. So with that, we would like to bring a discussion amongst the council on whether there is an appetite to advance what you see here on the screen, a more modern style for Fire Station 86. If there is consensus, staff will move forward with the proper documents. It'll be an administrative site plan approval as it is within the Development Services Director's authority. But being that this is such a high-profile project, we wanted to simply bring this forward for consideration. In addition, there was a request to add Singer Island to the tank above the city logo. And you can see it sort of pictured here on how this new modern style and the logo with Singer Island would look. I have one more slide that kind of puts us side by side so you can see what was originally approved on the left and sort of the modernist style on the right. And with that, we can open it up for discussion on if this is something that the council would have any objection to advancing through the next portion of the process.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Spiritus.
So when I received these proposals from Engineer Bailey, I sent them out to close to 15 different condominiums and civic associations in the last few days. And it was unanimous from all of those organizations that they preferred the new modern look, very similar to some of the firehouses that we built, the 2 firehouses that we already built. We did lower, Mr. Bailey, the height of the tower. Remember, that was brought up at our last meeting. So you lowered that tower, right? You said by
Yes,
4 feet?
About 4 feet.
About 4 feet. And this will match, this is more consistent with the character of the community. Those are all modern buildings directly in back of the firehouse. The whole strip is basically modern. You'd be hard pressed to find anything that's Key West in design on Singer Island. I mean, I know that's Floridian, but certainly not consistent with the architecture in the surrounding area. So this blends in more with the character of the community. So I suggest that we do adopt the rendering that's on the right with the reduction in the height. With respect to the sign on the storage tank, it does say Singer Island, it says Riviera Beach, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it says Riviera Beach. There is no signage on Singer Island where people know that they're on Singer Island. So we just want to give a little signage so people knew that they were on Singer Island, which is part of Riviera Beach. So this kind of brings us together when we do that. I think it's a great option that we have, and I suggest that we move forward. We all know that probably the firehouse should have been built where the old bank building is on Blue Heron, and we could have had a 3-bay or 4-bay firehouse, but because of the storage tank and the firehouse, we have no choice but to build a 2-bay firehouse. The first renderings that we were shown, by the way, for about the last 10 years, did show a 3-bay firehouse and a modern firehouse. This came to the people in the community at the last minute. They really didn't have an opportunity to review and comment on it, but they have in the last few days, and like I said, it was unanimous that they wanted the more modern look. It is still a Floridian look with the modern design, and the people on the island will prefer that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Vice Chair Spiritus. Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
How much is the additional cost for the change?
The contractors projected that to redesign the engineering drawings, go through permitting, and some of these slight modifications are about $400,000. But we have contingency inside the current budget to absorb these costs.
Mr. Spiritus, I would certainly like, you have the petition, you said you have a petition?
I sent a copy of the renderings to the civic associations and condominium boards, and they responded to me in the last couple of days, and it was unanimous. There wasn't one person that said they wanted the original rendering. They all said that they preferred the one that was on the right. And that includes, by the way, the 2 condominiums that are directly adjacent to the firehouse, which is the Ocean's Edge and the 5,000 condominium.
So if you can send that to Ms. Hall so that she can send it out to the board, I certainly want to make sure that, you know, with us making this $400,000 change, it does represent a number of people. Otherwise, we don't have a full view as to whether or not, you know, it can always be someone want one and someone want the other. So just want to make sure that that's exactly what the community is looking for before I can support that.
Chair?
Yes. go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't think we took a survey on the other 2 firehouses when we did the design. And I do remind the board that originally this firehouse was supposed to be built when Station 88 was built. The $20 million from the bond that was passed for Station 86 was transferred without the public knowing, at least without the people on Singer Island knowing. It was transferred to Station 88 so they could build Station 88. That was confirmed to me, by the way, the first day that I was on the council, and I met with staff and the city manager, and they confirmed that that's what happened to the $20 million that was in that budget for Station 86. But I'd be more than happy to share what I received from the community. I'm sure that you would be more than welcome to go visit those associations and speak to them yourself. I'm sure they would love to have you come and meet with, same way I go to Lakeview Park and meet with that civic association.
Right. me too.
I invite the city council to come and meet with the civic associations and the condominiums on Singer Island. They would love to have you come and speak.
Yeah, I've been there before, but I would certainly like to see the information that you have before I make a decision. Thank
You
you.
know the Palm Beach Isles Civic Association. You're close with the president there.
All right.
So
Ms.
you,
Hall,
Chair,
you can
you can
provide that
speak
to
to them
her?
directly.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
So, Chair.
okay, I want to make a quick comment, and then Mayor Lawson. And did you want to speak too?
Me? too.
Okay, of course, as I normally do, I requested some data documents and evidence. I wanted to know, how much was spent on Fire Station 88. Got these numbers from staff. Approximately 22 million. Fire Station 87, 21.1 million. And Fire Station 86 on the island, it's coming in at 19.7 million. Lower than the other two. The water tank is separate. Those funds are coming out of the utility district fund. But as it relates to the fire stations, and Mr. Bailey, if these numbers don't sound right, let me know. Do they sound about right?
Sure.
Okay. But yeah, I went to research to determine, now quite frankly, I think that we overspent on all of them, to be honest. We got these Bentleys, but I'm not about to not support the one on the island when I know what we paid for the ones on the west side. So I will be supporting this. It's in line with what we've paid for the other ones, and it's time for them to have one. And that water tank is going to be very useful over there. Mayor Lawson.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey, you said that the total cost was going to be $400,000?
That's currently the estimate. Again, this is not a set of construction plans, but based on their experience, they say the top end would be 400.
And that is just because of the change.
Yes.
Structurally, what does the change do for the fire station, and why does it cost us an additional $400,000 to do this change?
Okay, so where to begin? If you look at the image on the left, on the second floor, you'll see how there are columns, 4 columns that are holding up the roof line on the left. In the modern, on the right, there are no columns. Those support columns going away means that entire structural beam that crosses the entire front has to be deeper to support the roof line for the weight and structurally. That's a pretty significant cost because moving that load from the roof down to the slab without those beams, that's an entire structural redesign of the roof. You have the structural redesign to lower the tower, the 4 feet that's requested. You also have these, the gray louvers in the top right that are not currently there in the one on the left. Some of the other elements where you see just above the garage, on the left, you have what is a more traditionally sloped roof that have vertical supports that tie back into the slab. On the one on the right, there's a cantilever that floats out over top of the garage. That cantilever is a very heavy structural element that has to support its own weight because there's no beam to transfer the load down to the slab. Those are the kind of costs that are different in order to get rid of some of those vertical column lines and supports in order to float these things. There's a structural redesign, and those structural elements in a hurricane and a very aggressive salt environment are what the cost centers are.
So is this just cosmetic, or is this like safer for the building?
Well, both buildings are going to be built to the same hurricane standard, wind load, and so safer is not necessarily, and it's not just aesthetic. There is an aesthetic element. You do, as the councilman said, this matches a little more closely to the new buildings that are going on the island. Understand the image on the left, this Key West style, is 6 years ago when we began the concept of Fire Station 86, and the community then wanted a more beachy feel and a style. A lot of buildings have been built on the island since those 6 years, and so now this is the desire to make it match more consistently with the buildings that have come out of the ground since this concept began.
I can understand the change in design and more updated because we are about 5-6 years later from the first original designs. The first concern that I have is just making sure that we have substantial and sufficient feedback from the residents, because Fire Station 87 and 88, we did a lot of community charrettes, conversations, and dialogue to talk about the design. This design, I mean, we're seeing for the first time, and I know Dr. Spiritus has said he's sent it out to some of his condominiums, but I don't know why the residents didn't opine on this when we first did the design, if there was a substantial change that we need to make. The $400,000 is a substantial amount of money for this cosmetic change. And the last thing is the Singer Island water tank. I mean, we don't have Park Manor on Fire Station 88. I don't have Federal Gardens on 87. Like, why are we putting Singer Island on the water tank for this one? And is that part of the additional cost for the $400,000?
Adding the Singer Island is in the cost, but it's de minimis, $3,000 to $5,000.
Okay.
Just for the paint. That's all.
Okay. It is one of our gems. It's an island within Riviera Beach. It's just Riviera Beach. So having that as a signage, I'm not against that since it's a de minimis cost, representing where they are and showcasing the island as part of Riviera Beach. I see that Riviera Beach is on the bottom. Something as cosmetic as putting it on the top. Riviera Beach it should be on top of if you go back to it, having Riviera Beach and possibly putting Singer Island underneath. I don't have a problem with that, because we're in Riviera Beach, and that's a part of Riviera Beach. So the change, 400,000, go ahead, sir.
It's my understanding that the fish and Riviera Beach in that configuration is the logo, and you can't change it. So you notice it's identical everywhere. The Riviera Beach is split by the bottom of the fish.
Understood.
That is a unit as our logo. We have a
Okay.
branding standard.
I see it up
that
here,
was
yeah.
approved.
Thank you.
So that's why we could only put it on the top to
He
not.
said, okay, he said,
Thank you.
okay, you got it.
That's it. Thank you. Got it. My only concern is just that cost, that additional 400,000.
Wait, it's, after the mayor, it's,
The only concern that I have is the cost, and then also the community opining on the item. That would be the only items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Chairwoman Davis Bernier, and then
No,
Vice
I
Chair.
was next.
No,
I
it
mean,
was,
not from Davis Bernier, I mean, after her,
huh?
Thank you, Chair.
after Davis Bernier.
Oh, did you?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
So
Go ahead. Okay.
some of the
we'll
same
work it out.
concerns, so I'm glad to know that the cost of adding the name is not, and I see that it's smaller, so I'm okay with that. Now, I remember you said that the height is going to be lower on the top, and I remember that, yeah, and I remember us discussing the utility of that section, so it's still the same, it's still like storage area for,
Yep. It won't diminish the utility by lowering it to 4 feet.
okay. No, I just didn't know if you all created something that now it can be used for. It's still the same, not useful. Okay, and then the other thing, you said the cost would be absorbed. How are we absorbing the 400,000? Where do you see that coming from?
So understand on a project of this scale over 32 or I think it's 32 months, with market changes, there's embedded in the $33 million that's been approved contingency of almost $1.5 million. So we'll be able to pull from that embedded contingency that was already pre-programmed because there's so many unknowns over the length of a project of this scale. So I've discussed it with the contractor. We'll be able to absorb it in the current approval.
Okay, so no additional dollars are required as far as.
That have not been already
that have
approved
not-
by this
right,
board.
That have not already been allocated, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Lanier, and then Vice Chair Spiritus, and then we're going to public. Do we have any public comment cards? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
we're getting close to 10 o'clock here. Too.
Okay, we can go to public comment. But I
Vice
need
Chair
to, I
Spiritus,
need to
did
ask
you
about
wanna-
the height again.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to, how long does a firehouse last? Is expected to before it needs to be redone or rebuilt?
It's my expectation these buildings will last 50 years.
50 years?
50 years.
Right, 50 years. So we're going to build this firehouse, another firehouse maybe 50 years from now. So this $400,000 investment is a small investment in a infrastructure that's going to last 50 years. We spent over $200,000 on fireworks and a concert this year, a one-day event. This is part of the infrastructure and emergency service. This is more than aesthetic. It's architectural as well and structural. So I just asked the board to please support the people on Singer Island. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's still coming in under what the other fire stations cost. We're going to public comment now?
I'll ask Ashley.
Public comment.
Mr. Chair, we have 4 public comment cards. The first is Fane Lozman, followed by Annette Dragon, Rochelle Hughes, and then Doretta Paul.
Wayne Lozman. I own the property with Haley across from the firehouse. no one ever consulted us what the firehouse should look like. I remember Dr. Spiritus said 3 stories is too big on that lot. It's not a 3-story building now. It's maybe 2 stories. Whether you guys like it or not, eventually that land across the street is going to be filled in. The case law supports us. The new taking case is being filed. They're going to let my neighbor build his island. There's really not much you can do about it. So in a few years from now, when that land's filled in, we're going to be looking into these gigantic firehouses. Why do we need to have a sign at the top, Fire Rescue 86? You got a sign on the bottom that shows it's a firehouse. You know, it's like eye pollution. Why do we have to look at the name of the firehouse way up in the air? We want to make it unobtrusive. We don't want to have it be an eyesore. And as the property owner right across the street, it's an eyesore having that 3-story top. I know, as I said before, Dr. Spiritus said it's too tall a building when it started out. Other neighbors on the north and south said it's too tall. Why do we need a 3-story firehouse? Why do we need a sign saying Fire Rescue 66? We can tell on the bottom with the little sign. Why do we need a sign on the water tank? Why pay the money? We know it's a water tank. Why do we have to put Riviera Beach Singer Island? You have to accommodate people that are going to be spending tens of millions of dollars in residential living across the street to have to look into this monstrosity. So I think you need to go back to the design and say, why do we need 3 stories? Because there's not 3 stories there now. If you need to reconstruct it, you can make it a little bit wider, or a little bit longer, but to go up that 3rd story, it just doesn't make sense for people that are going to be making a investment of tens of millions of dollars in private residential living to have to look at something that's Fire Rescue 86. 3-story building. If anything, the least obtrusive one is the original view. It's not as blocky and bold, but just put yourself in our shoes. You want to have a beautiful house and then look into this sign like, oh, this Fire Rescue 86, we didn't know that was a fire station. So I don't really like either of those. And I think you need to accommodate the people who live in the area. It wasn't just me, but the other condo owners, they thought the building was too big. You know, really what you should have done is taken $5 million and rehabbed the existing structure instead of spending $20 million to build something from scratch. You could have gone on there and $4 or $5 million and done a good job and rebuilt the whole thing. When I lived in Chicago, they rebuilt many old buildings and they became nice. But this is just a waste of time and money with this.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Lozman.
The next speaker is Annette Dragon, Rochelle Hughes, and Doretta Paul.
Hello again, just a few questions. Why is the architectural style being changed after the site plan and construction documents were approved? Who requested the modernist redesign and why? Does changing the plans create any construction delay or additional risk of change orders? And finally, was the Key West design part of what the Singer Island residents were previously shown or were even promised?
Thank you for your comment.
Rochelle Hughes and Doretta Paul.
Good evening, Rochelle Hughes. I don't live on Singer Island, but the original view or the original construction or whatever the picture actually gives you that island feel. And so rather than try to modernize everything, I think we also need to take into consideration that we are Florida, that, you know, and the old Florida architecture is beautiful, and we're losing it with all the modernization. So I'm not sure if everyone on Singer Island was asked their opinion, but me personally, I like the original one because it does give you that island feel. Like when you're in Key West, that island feel. And that's just my personal opinion, and I would hate to I would hate to use $400,000 of contingency on something like that when you don't know during construction if something else is going to come up that you would need that $400,000 for, and if you don't have it, then you're going to have to approve a change order for something that could be structural, mechanical, electrical, anything interior, whatever. I'm in the construction business, so it's just things happen that as you're building, that stuff can come up. So rather than change the architectural and spend 400,000, save it in case you do need it down the road for other things. Thanks.
Chair.
Thank you very much for your comments. Wait 1 second. Are we,
We have one more speaker,
one more speaker, and while they're coming up, Vice Chair?
Doretta
Chair,
Paul.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting until the business is ended.
I'll second that. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier. You say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Councilperson Lanier.
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
No.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus. You say yes? Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
It passes with Councilpersons Lanier and Miller Anderson dissenting.
Okay, you said we have one more public comment card?
Yes, that would be Doretta Paul.
Chair, you have to get control of your audience.
Come on, let's, Ms. Park, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and my concern is taking this $400,000 and you're saying you're going to receive it from utility district. I thought that's what no. So where, I thought you said that, Mr. Bailey. Well, anyway, you can correct me if I'm wrong with the comments. Because that's what's my concern, the $400,000. Where is it coming from? And I thought it was stated from the utility, because that's the very district that we need as much money so we can build our water plant. And also concerning this, I hoped everybody was on board about the design. And what is this water tank that's gonna be there? Was there a water tank prior to? Okay, very good, knowing that there was a water tank. But hopefully this will go ahead, and long as we don't have to take $400,000 from the utility department, because we need every dime to go there. And for even with this TIF fund that you all getting, and it's coming from the utility, that's sad. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any?
Yes, that was the last speaker, Mr.
That was the last speaker?
Chair.
I think Ms. Councilwoman Lanier had indicated she had something, and then you, Vice Chair Spiritus. And then we need to vote. You? Yeah, okay. And then we need to vote. Okay.
So I wanted to ask the height, is the difference, what's the difference in height from the original to this one? Is it higher, lower?
Lower by 4 feet.
Okay, lower by 4 feet. And then, so I really wanted to ask why now? Because we had been having conversations about the Singer Island fire station for the last 2 years. So we went through this whole process and you showed us renderings, and so why now we come back and want to change it and add more money to it? That's one question. And in terms of the cost of the $400,000, what does that entail?
Okay, I'll start with the first question, why now? This came forward, Dr. Spears, please help me, within the last 6 months or so, you were approached and then came through the staff.
Right.
And it took that long to get an understanding of the request from the community in order to turn that request into an image that we could then bring forward for your consideration.
So,
Chair, if I could
Oh.
answer, I might be able to help with the answer if I
okay,
could
so you
just
can,
speak.
you can come
I'm
back
just
to
gonna
that.
respond to it. I'm not
No,
gonna
no,
bring
I just
anything
want,
else
you
up.
can come back to it. I'll let you respond to that later, but let me finish what I was saying before I lose my train of thought. So you have the issue of this coming back, and you said that there was residents that told you that they wanted it to be changed, and I'm like Councilwoman Miller Anderson, I would like to see that, charrette that made this decision. Because I would think that it would be more than one person or two person or even three persons with the number of people on the island that we were going to go back and change it now, because I thought that that was the issue, to have it as a Key West Bahama style station because of the fact that it is an island. And then when you get to the issue of what that $400,000 includes, I want to know how much is it for the signage and how much is it for everything else. Also, too, there were issues with the height of it as well, because I remember hearing that some of the condos were saying that now their view would be obstructed because of the tallness of it. Although you're lowering it 4 feet, you still are going to have obstructions from other condos in regards to this building. So you can answer the question in regards to what that $400,000 entails.
Okay, as I previously mentioned, the 400,000 will get you a full set of architectural plans. We've got to go back through the site plan approval process through development services. It'll be administrative, so there's a design package for that. Then the entire set of construction plans has to be updated to these changes and go back through the building department for approval. And then there's the actual physical construction cost of the different elements and the different structural pieces that are going to deviate from the original plan to this plan. And that is currently anticipated at costing $400,000.
Yeah, and then two, and I know that you answered the question in regards to why now. It just seems very, I don't know, but to come back after all of this, after this has been approved, and to come back and try and change the way that it looked without lowering it enough for the people who are complaining about the obstruction, lowering it that much. And then two, on top of that, me not hearing about a charrette that is going to make a change to this building. So for $400,000, and we're so far into this, it just seems out of the blue that we're doing something like this, and it's already been said. And I thought that we really wanted to move forward and to get through with this as soon as possible, but it seems that now we got to go back and redo plans for something else. I'm done.
Okay, you can respond, but it's, okay.
Okay. First, I want to just explain how we got to this point. First, as I said, for over 6 years, we were shown on the people on the island, consistently shown renderings that were a 3-bay, 1-story firehouse. That's what we all thought we were getting. I understand that things change in construction. There were issues with the storage tank itself, the water storage tank, and how they were going to fit it on the site. This is a very small site. As I said before, if we would have spent the $8 million and bought the bank building and put it where it was, we could have had the 1-story, 3-bay firehouse that everybody saw. But because of the storage tank and the pressure issues and everything else that exists in the area, the infrastructure, they had to make a taller firehouse to make it fit on the site with the storage tank itself. I myself, as a councilman, go on a regular basis to all the condominiums. I have a speaking tour that I do at the condominiums. I speak about 2 hours to 3 hours at each of the condominiums when I go there. Questions and answers. I showed the renderings to the people in the condominiums and the civic associations as well. That's when I was starting to get the feedback as to the design and why the design was so different than the other 2 firehouses that were built on in Riviera Beach. If we're so concerned with Florida architecture how come we didn't do Key West at Station 88 or Station 87? Clearly, we knew that that wasn't the right thing, the same way this is not the right thing for the island right now. With respect to the changes, this is a question I have for you, Mr. Bailey. Don't we have the ability, doesn't the city manager have the ability to, is this more than a 10% change of the design of this firehouse?
No, sir, it's not.
So doesn't the city manager have the authority to make an administrative change?
Yes.
For a 10%, so he could do that without going back to any other board, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so I make a motion that this.
We're not quite, I think,
Okay, I want to make a motion that we change, I'm in the middle of making my motion, Councilwoman.
Okay, I'll go.
I make a
I'll do-
motion.
Okay, I'll go do a discussion for, after you make your motion.
I'm making, okay, you can have your discussion, but right now I'm making a motion that we adopt the new modern architecture for Station 86.
I second that. And on discussion, let me just say, this extra $400,000 still come under the cost of both of the fire stations on the west side, even with that. On discussion, Ms. Lanier.
Okay, so, Mr. Bailey, where did that $33 million come from? You were saying something about 33 million.
Where did it come from? I would ask the finance director to remind me where he got the money. I just spend it.
Mr. Sherman? That's good.
While he's coming, can I just ask quickly, who's the contractor on this?
Kaufman Lynn?
Okay.
Good evening, Randy Sherman, Chief Financial Officer, and thank you, Mr. Bailey. Which number are we trying to tie into, the 33 million? So the $25 million was coming from the referendum bonds. That was what the voters approved for this. To get up to the $33 million, we were taking, I believe, and I'll check and get something out if this isn't accurate. I believe it was $5 million additional dollars due to the tank costs that came in a little bit higher. And then we had money coming from the major disaster fund for the hardening of the building. So it's really those three components.
So we're talking about 33 million for this project, instead of the 19 million that was made.
Well, the 19
The
million is
Hold
just
on,
for
hold
the,
on. Let me-
just for the building.
I want to hear from
The 19 million does not include the tank. So the water tank is a totally different number.
Okay, so the 19 million doesn't include the tank, but we're still at $33 million for this station and the tank.
33 with
Okay.
the tank, correct.
Right. So with that being said, you said $5 million came from where?
Well, the water tank is really the cost of the utility district, so those funds are coming from the utility district.
So we're looking at the 33 million for this station, and we have, 20, 25 million for our other two stations. And those stations are twice as big as this location on Singer Island. So you would think that those would be more, given the fact that they're huge compared to the one that's on Singer Island. But with that being said, having $400,000 to come in at this late date, and really honestly, Dr. Spiriters, I think this is some type of vanity project for you to say that I put the name on there. I don't know what it is, but to come at this late date to try and change the way that this looked, I did not see any meeting that told us that this was going to happen. I did not see any charrette. I have not seen any documents from the island saying they wanted this. So this is just kind of takes me off guard, given the fact that this kind of came out of the blue.
Councilwoman Davis Bernier.
Okay, so my question is this, because I know that we don't get a lot of responses when we do surveys. So if we were to try to find out what majority of the island prefers, how would we do that?
And find somebody that's going to answer. Let me say this. You're never gonna get 100%.
Anyway.
It's always gonna be political. If his name is on it, his opposition is not gonna like it. That's just how politics is. So to suggest that somehow now we didn't get enough input on the island, and I think it's just a delay tactic, not by anybody up here, but we didn't get 100% on the west side. You know,
Well, that's
so-
why I was asking. 'Cause I'm trying to figure out how would we get an accurate
That's just fluff. That's just.
idea. Okay, so
But and the water tank is needed over there. That is an essential element to life, and to try to tie that cost into what the cost of the building is, that's different from what we did over here. Those are facts. People don't like facts, and I don't need the little mumbling in the audience. Okay, are there any other comments? We're about ready to vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Pannier,
yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilpersons Lanier and Miller Anderson dissenting.
Okay, next item. We have two very quick items. They're just updates. So the next item.
The next item is item 12B, proposed timeline for the executive recruitment and search services for RFP for the city manager recruitment process. Mr. Chair, we have 4 comment cards on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Okay, this is for the executive search. Are you doing it by yourself?
Yes, I
Okay.
am. Good evening, Latanya Ammons, Director of Procurement for the City of Riviera Beach. We're just here to report the schedule for the RFP. Right now, the RFP will be issued on September 1. RFP closing date will be October 1. The proposal evaluation and selection process will take place between October 1 and December 1. And we plan to bring before council approve a package to approve a contract in January 2027 with a contract start date of March 1, 2027.
Are there any questions or comments? Wait, let's do public
Okay.
comment card first. Public comment card.
Mr. Chair, the first speakers are Dolores Williams, Annette Dragon, Cindy March, and Fane Lozman. Yes, Dolores Williams.
Y'all was right here with Mr. Evans and all this stuff was designed, you voted on it. Now they say they want to change it, but yet you're holding up this meet that was here almost to midnight again, and you're still sitting over. You know, I'm tired about them crows and them eagles. They just sit over there and hold up the meeting. They're trying to make you look bad that you say your meet's gonna turn out early, but look how they just carry on the meet. Free, I'm not so trembling, I'm so cold in here trembling. So cold in here and carrying on this meeting on the district. You got to look at her. You know, y'all sit right there. Everything, I never seen y'all got up and talking, went over all the stuff with Mr. Evans. You holding them up on everything, you just fine. Fault. Remember your day coming. Just finding fault with everything. And all you're trying to do, not pass nothing. Oh, I saw this, you up there look on the internet. Oh, we gonna save 19,000. Oh, I saw them do it in this city. They do that. They probably did it because they didn't have nobody like y'all to up there to handle it. Y'all need to stop this mess here. Want to work, play, and live. You never carried on like this before. Never. Every time you turn around, when you say sure, say yes, you do no. And when you say no, you say yes. What's wrong
It's just
with
about,
y'all
it's just
two?
about the,
Need to stop
about
that.
the process, sir.
Wait.
And then you,
They're able to
What
say
you
what
want
they
me-
want to say.
you gonna start me
They're allowed to
over.
say it, and they can-
What's-
Okay, continue.
I want some more minutes too. Because she couldn't cross over there.
Okay, you get a few seconds. Just
I
continue.
mean, it just bothered me on my heart to sit up there and act like you always want this city to move. and you hindering everything and always
Point of order.
get on a
Wait.
subject and just
Okay.
go on and on.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
gonna
wait.
go on, I'm gonna repeat myself on and
I,
on and on and on.
I had a discussion, this is a First Amendment issue, and
No,
I'm gonna let
the
them do it.
issue is a
Please
discussion
stop,
about,
Please
the
stop,
issue is a
please
discussion
stop.
about the report. I mean, a
Wait,
discussion about the process and timeline.
I understand.
It is about the report. Y'all worrying about the
Wait.
money, you never brought it up. And Mr.
Continue,
Evans
Ms.
was there.
Continue, Ms. Williams.
I mean, just listen, if, I'm gonna do like a lot that you show how y'all used to act. You act like a statue side a wall. Now you act like you the most bugle. Hey, nothing. And always, and then I don't had to come to me. I come to all of you and talked about different things. I don't have to get up here, but just the way your action and your appearance and how y'all act. I don't think you say you care about things you really don't. You want to show yourself that you're the most educated person and know how to run this city. You sit at the back and forth with your age, sending your stuff, looking on the internet and doing that. Some of you sit there right back and one day you're going to flip out that chair. You're sitting right up there just paying attention. You got to always sit there, y'all tapping your look. Come on. Show how intelligent you are and that you care for this city. You don't. You're always trying to emulate somebody at another state. Going all the time trying to, you let me get up here.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Madam, I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes, yes.
If we're gonna have a discussion about an item, then it should be limited to that item. That is the purpose of us having general comments. That's the purpose of us having items that we're discussing, because it has nothing to do or not even germane to the subject that's on the floor.
Ms. Councilwoman Lanier, I totally agree with you. I did research and ask legal opinions. And unfortunately, if they came to that mic and didn't want to say a word, and it has happened with Lord Brown, it's their time. It is what it is. They
I
get up there.
understand that, sir.
Okay, so but
it's not germane to the
I
what
know,
item
but
that's
there's
on the floor.
but-
That's
well,
parliamentary
wait,
rules,
okay,
and that is
I-
Robert Rules of Order, sir.
I do
Robert Rules of
understand.
Order say that an item that is on the floor the comment has to be germane to the item that is presented.
Wait,
It doesn't
just-
say, they
wait,
can
wait,
stay
wait, wait,
silent,
wait,
they can say
okay.
whatever they want, but
Okay.
it has to be germane to that item. That is
Please tell-
not Shirley, that is
okay.
parliamentary
Wait.
procedures.
Please tell me the section that says
I
that.
don't know the section now, sir, but you really
stop.
really
Okay.
need to look at the fact
And
that
the
the
audience,
city
stop,
has to
stop,
have
stop.
some type of order.
I know, but if you're
Thank
gonna
you,
quote
sir.
Robert Rules, have the section, because I want to see it and I abide by it. Go ahead.
Next speaker is Annette Dragon, followed by Cindy Martin, Payne Lozman.
Annette Dragon, Riviera Beach. This whole process of trying to find a new city manager should have started the day after Jonathan Evans' contract was severed. And the way it should have started was put an ad on the City of Riviera Beach website to try and find a homegrown candidate. What you're looking at now with the request for proposal and finding a recruitment firm and doing all the due diligence and all that good stuff takes 10 months from the day of severance of his contract. Then you're going to start looking for people to come in and get interviewed. That's going to take another few months. So by the time you actually find somebody, your interim contract with Mr. Wilkins will probably have expired. And are you going to spend another $450,000 on getting him to stay for another year? Also, what happens if, unfortunately, Mr. Wilkins dies? You're still stuck in the same boat. I would hate having Mr. Wilkins not be here any longer, but I believe that you need to have contingencies in place. Let's accelerate this recruitment process. Put an ad on the ICMA website. Get people in here now to interview for this job. It's vacant. It's time you actually moved forwards.
Thank you very much for your comments, please. And let me say this, people are still throwing around Mr. Wilkins' benefit package. which they never did with Mr. Wilkins. I mean, with Mr. Evans. Never decided they want to add up all his benefits and what the total is. Since you didn't do it, I did it for you, and I'm gonna put it up on the screen tomorrow night at our budget hearing. And I want to see you quoting what Mr. Evans' package is or was, like you're doing Mr. Wilkins. Come on to the mic.
Cindy March, followed by Fane Mosman.
Good evening, council. I don't know if y'all know the Robert Rules of Law or whatever y'all got going on, but I'm gonna say what I gotta say. And it might not be pertaining to 12B, but I'm gonna say it, and I don't want no interruption, but from the chairperson. If you feel like I'm out of line, you stop me and tell me to stop, and I will be respectful and stop. Number one, with this bill contract, if you all find somebody and you hire him by March 1st, will he be paid out his contract? And you can answer this at the end. You know, I'm sad and disheartened because y'all keep talking about if this man died, he 80 years old. Y'all got to be careful what you say out your mouth because you can go right out there in them streets and get killed. You can't keep doing this. Y'all so hung up on Evans. This is the reason why the city is the way the city is now. And Glenn Spiritus, you hold your head up high. Because see, one thing about it, what's for you gonna be for you. You're not on that board for no $19,000 and talking to the big developers for a bribe, and then you got to get you a subpoena from the FBI, and you worry because you want us to pay your lawyer fees. Okay? So you don't have nothing to worry about because whether you sit on that board or not, you're gonna have food in front of your face, and you ain't gonna depend on the taxpayers to give it to you. It's enough already. Y'all sit over here for 9 years and 12 years, and sometimes I sit up here and be disrespectful and bash you all. You all need to be bashed. It's enough already. I'm sick and tired, and the people out there who say they look at TV, they sick and tired. We got to get down to business, and the only way we're going to do it is we find unity with ourselves, starting with me as an advocate. It's not fair for you all to keep demonizing this man by his age. He didn't ask to come back here. So it's whoever asked him to come back here felt like he did a good job when he was here. And then you got too many skeletons in your closet to even want to try to put somebody out there like that and want to talk about what Evans did and this and that and check this and check that. Y'all ain't checked them 2 other fire stations out. And all this money y'all spending at these concerts and can't even give people no bottles of water. Doug Lawson, you can hold your head up high and stop writing on that paper because I'm referring to you as well as the mayor. And I'm talking to you directly because it's not fair for them to sit up here and they argue with one another. And then when we go to argue with them, they want to put the police on us. It's not right. You being the mayor, and if you want to be a strong mayor, you got to step up to the plate.
Very much for your comment.
Sir, I do have that item.
Okay, read it out to me.
The requirements for speakers to limit their remarks to the item on the floor and stay germane is rooted in the rules of debate and decorum found in Robert Rules of Order. The primary sections governing this are 43.
What section is that? And Mr. Attorney, please verify what has been said. What section is it?
It is section 43:19-28. Rules of Decorum and Debate, and 41-43, General Rules of Debate and Germaneness.
We're going to get to you. I'm trying to clarify whether you can say exactly what you want to say. Okay. All right.
Ms. Lanier, can you repeat the first one? I heard 43:19. 28.
28, and it's in Rules of Decorum and Debate. And then there's 41-43, that is General Rules of Debate and Germaneness.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. And I need you to look at that now, too. Mr. Lozman.
Thane Lozman. A comment has to be on topic, and the topic is the proposed timeline for the executive recruitment and search services. My comment for that is that, and really directed towards Ms. Pannier, is that she should reconsider her vote to approve a 1-year contract. Fiscally, if you have a fiduciary responsibility to try to save money to pay for the water plant and pay for all these exorbitant expenses we're having, we should put Mr. Wilkins on a 3 or 4 month contract and then renew it for another 4 months while we go through a search. It can be done for $25,000 or under the city manager's spending authority. So you don't have to go do an RFP. Because the idea is that so Wilkins would serve 6 months, but by that time we'd have to search all done. The way you're doing it now with a 1-year contract, he's getting $120,000 in severance, $102,180 in severance, $454,683 in total comp for $556,863. So if you would redo your vote from the last meeting and say, okay, we're going to go back to what we were doing when he first was hired. He was hired as an interim manager, have him as an interim manager for 3 or 4 months, and then roll it over for another 3 or 4 months. By that time, you have gone through the candidates and had a regular manager. You don't have to spend 6 months to do an RFP, because I did a search. You can get people for 19 to 25 grand to do a city manager search. You can also advertise it in the city manager magazine. The bottom line is you have to start somewhere. You have to be fiscally prudent. Any other city would have put Mr. Coppins in, or Deirdre Jacobs. They would have put in the assistant city. Like right now, Mr. Wilkins, he may be on vacation. I don't know where he is. I thought Mr. Coppins did a great job tonight. Mr. Coppins could have held it together for 90 days while you do a search for a permanent manager. That's what you have him for. The city cannot afford $556,000. That's over $500,000 for Mr. Wilkins, who quit. He was fired once and quit the second time. And not only that, look at the decision he made. He fired the utility director, and then he hired him back. I mean, he's not all there at age 79. We have younger people who are more qualified. We're doing a lot cheaper. But Ms. Paneri, you're the person that you should say, he was hired to be an interim. If we have to have him be an interim twice, but we'll save hundreds of thousands of dollars if we just keep him an interim for 2 times while we do the search for under $25,000. So that's my suggestion. Reconsider your vote from the last meeting.
For your comment.
Let me address that. I did not, Mr. Lozman, I did not vote for that contract. I proposed a 6-month interim basis while we look for. Oh, Paneer, he's asking. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Paneer.
Are there any more public comment cards?
Chair, that's the end of public comment.
Okay, are there any further comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Director Ammons, the cost for these national search, I know we addressed it at one time, but what has been the range of what's been researched when it comes to the cost for these search organizations?
I think the director of HR will have a better answer as far as what is the going rate that if is your question, what's the going rate that an executive search firm would charge?
Please. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions or comments on this item? Hearing none. Last item.
I was gonna get the answer.
Huh?
He asked the question. I thought she was working her way up and give us the answer.
Oh, you?
No, I think coming.
Director Jenkins is on her way up to answer the mayor's question, sir.
Okay, when they find it,
Yeah, she's
coming on. Oh, okay.
So she's going to explain the timeline? Is that what it is?
No, the question was just the cost of the
the
average
cost.
cost for these, yeah. Because I think they already went over the timeline. Hey, Ms. Jenkins.
Bridget Jenkins, Human Resources Director. The cost can run anywhere from $25,000 up to $75,000, depending on the firm and the scope of services that we ask for them.
Okay. And I believe that our spending authority for the manager is $25,000. So I know that we have a lengthy solicitation process that we're looking at to possibly bringing in a firm. But if there are firms available or out there that would be less than the manager's spending authority, that we could actually do our search for, that would also shorten our timeline, because this time frame and this length that they addressed earlier may take us past the time of the contract based upon what they expressed today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Ms. Amos.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
I said, yes, sir.
Oh, the cost of the procurement process, putting it out on the streets, and what was that cost that Ms. Jenkins just quoted, did that include that cost too?
Ms. Jenkins' price quoted the cost that the firm would charge us to find a city manager would range between $25,000 and $75,000. The procurement code states that anything above $25,000 must go out for public solicitation. And so that is why we would use the public solicitation process.
Okay. Are there any further questions or comments on this item?
Chair,
Yes.
just to follow up with what Mayor Lawson said, so how would we identify firms that might be under 25,000 to keep us from having to go through the procurement process?
That's a little difficult. I could put out a request for information or a request for quotes to see where they land. We could get some that are less than 25. Of course, we could get some that are more than 25. But the purpose too of the RFP is to kind of rank them based upon the qualifications and the history and what they've done versus someone who doesn't have as much experience recruiting someone at this level.
I got a follow-up to that, Mr. Chair, when she's done. So, okay? So, but the request for information, couldn't we actually vet and discuss that with the firm if we get prices and quotes to determine what our needs are? And that would shorten the process if we got some quotes for less than 25K?
I would recommend a request for quote, but we would price. Request for quote doesn't really allow for like negotiations.
Got it.
We could put our requirements in and we get what we get.
Okay. And then just, if we wanted just information or just ideas, could we put out a request without having to take the lowest price?
No. Request for information is more of, who's out there, who's out there, can you do? It's really, just looking for information from the community. But a request for quotes would be the quickest, easiest, less time amount, but you go with the lowest quote.
Gotta go with the lowest quote. It may not address the exact things that we need.
Yes.
Understood. It's just the timeline and the procurement process, especially if we wait this whole period of time and then we get quotes that are less than 25. It's like we did the solicitation without that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Any other comments? Board, Madam Clerk? Next item.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we are on item 12C, update on the Everett Resort Development. We have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
Good evening again, Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services. There have been no substantial changes in the status of this project since the last council meeting when a detailed report out was provided by the Assistant Director and Building Official on this project. We are still in close communications and speaking multiple times per week with the project team, and they have confirmed to us that they expect to update and resubmit documents very soon. Very soon is what we're hearing, but as of today, there have been no substantive updates since the last report out.
Mr. Chairman, last time when we had this presentation, your building official was here and we had a number of questions concerning code violations or issues with the building. There was a structural item that was mentioned with the north parking deck, a possible structural item. I shouldn't say structural problem, but a possible structural item. Are any of those been resolved yet?
Since the last meeting, there have been no updates on those items. But yes, we are aware of those that you've mentioned, yes.
But you are following through on this?
Correct. They are providing the reports to us that they have addressed some areas of visual concern as far as the column and then the ramp as well, that there's some traction needs for public safety vehicles, fire trucks that they're addressing with the ramp. So those are still in progress, but we have not received updates since the last council meeting.
Thank
you. Are there any further questions or comments? One
Mr. Chair, we have
card.
one public comment card.
Okay, please call it now.
Freddie Mosman.
Mr. Chair, for future, these are just discussion items, and I know it's the discretion of the board, but whether attorney or chair, I don't think we have to take public comments on discussion items, only for passing action moving forward. But I do know Mr. Lozman is here, but I just want to make sure that the board understands that the public comments would only be required on action items and public comment general.
Okay, Mr. Lozman.
Ray Luzman, Singer Island. Other municipalities with the discussion of the board and the public how to do things. And we disagree with Mayor Lawson on that. I went and I looked up the MEHOP ordinance, $104,000. Somebody wants to print out of that, I'll go find it for them. So the presentation by Scott Evans went from 104,000 down to 50 some odd thousand. And now people looking to get it below that. So that's not what the MEHOP was about. MEHOP was about the 104,000 because it's a big deal. You're taking a multi-million-dollar unit and you converting it from a hotel suite residence into a condominium. So if the units are averaging $2-3 million and it's 100 grand, 200 units, that's 20 million bucks. So don't let the developer try to shortchange the city with the MEHOP ordinance. Like, oh, well, we don't want to spend that much money. That's what the MEHOP ordinance is. If you don't like it, you don't take it. $104,000, not $50,000, not $5,000. It's what the ordinance was passed at. We need the 20 million bucks. You got a multi-million-dollar condo, just stay where you are. Just stay at the residence hotel. That's what you bought. But to sit here and say, now we're going to, because let me tell you, you're walking down a very dangerous path. And I think Lawson understands it better than Glenn Spirit. You're going into what's called you're going into contract zoning. Contract zoning is illegal in the state of Florida. That's when people are basically buying zoning that they're not entitled to. So you may want to write that down. Contract zoning is illegal in the state of Florida. And that's what you're doing. You're bargaining away MEHOP in exchange for giving them the developer. The developer is really ultimately responsible because it should be the developer who pays the $20 million. Right now, if you go online to like real estate websites, you'll see that they're selling these units as condos. And everybody's treating them as condos, and they're not. But you're the legal mind there, Ms. Lanier. Look it up. Contract zoning is illegal in Florida, and you're going down the road by saying, like, oh, well, MEHOP's 104,000, we'll take it down to 54,000, we'll take it down to 5,000. You can't do that. You're going to put yourself at risk if you go contract zoning. So I think it's a way the developer screwed up. He needs to pay and make things right, and the way he makes things right is you get your 104,000 a unit. But if you go down and keep putting yourself up for contract zoning, and that's a big deal.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Olson.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comment.
The board, are there any directives that we have not given to the city manager or staff that you would like to add for today's meeting? Anybody on?
In terms of what?
Well, we discussed, we gave certain directives from the mayor. We haven't given the staff any items that we discussed.
Is that supposed to be written down by the city manager?
Right,
We're
we
gonna, we're
still
gonna
have
ask,
one
we're
more
gonna,
item,
we're,
Mr. Chair.
yeah, we're gonna go to the city manager in 1 second.
Okay,
We still have one more item, which is
Okay.
item 12E, awards
There's
and
one more?
presentations program discussion.
It was an add-on,
Well,
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
12B.
It was an add-on, Mr. Chair. It was to discuss how we process the award presentation.
The awards,
Oh,
so
yes,
you
yes,
wanna do
yes,
the
yes,
transition,
yes,
we
yes,
added that
yes,
on,
yes,
right?
yes, yes. First, let me acknowledge publicly, Councilwoman Lanier, you were absolutely correct. We got to stay on the item. I'd just like to have today the document and everything. Okay, so
you had it.
it does say that.
Say it loud. Did you say you had it? I thought you said you had it when you told the number.
Okay, seriously now, we changed the award and presentation, process so that we would have more time to do our business. So we started the awards and presentations early, unless it's a dignitary or directly related to an item that we're doing. Mr. Mayor and Ms. Um, Councilwoman Miller Anderson. My thought process when I suggested this was to have a regular agenda. This would be considered a regular meeting. All of the members are required to be here. We do a pledge and there'll be one item, awards and presentation. But everybody's here like it's a regular meeting. Roll call is done. Pledge of allegiance, and then we're going to presentations. I saw that Dr. Harris did a good job mediating today. This is my first one. I don't know if that's the format that you all would like. So we're looking for input. This is it.
So, Chair.
You'll be next after Councilwoman Miller.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I guess there's two things here with this. And my main concern is about the youth council. We did say that they were doing presentations. And so I thought that those meetings were ran like a meeting, not just let some people show up or get together or, nothing formal. But more importantly, the youth council, I had to think about it because I'm saying we're doing it that way. We're not treating the youth council as they are, which is an established body, which is an extension of the city council. It's not that we're just going to be giving them certificates and, the pump and circumstance stuff. They are working on trying to provide policies and input of the youth of the city to the city council. And so it would be most appropriate for them to be able to be a part of the city council meeting. And again, even those updates, there, there may be a time they're presenting a resolution or ordinance or something where they would be a part of the long part of the agenda, but in their update, their monthly update, it is to report on what they have accomplished in the past month as a youth council that was established by the city council. And so it's not that they're just coming up and saying, oh, we're part of this group and blah, blah, blah. For the sake of today, it was done that way because I said, because I wasn't here for the first time we did this on the presentation day. So I missed it. I actually forgot about it, and I was on the phone for the actual meeting, but I missed it at 5:30. So I didn't realize exactly what was going on. And then I had my agenda review yesterday. I was looking for the item and I couldn't find it, and that's when I discovered it was not an official meeting that was taking place. And so, just speaking from the youth council being, they made a pledge to become an actual extension to represent the youth of the city. And they, should be treated not as just a group that's coming from the community and just, sharing what they do. It is, and of course, the updates are not going to be 10, 15, 20 minutes long. But I do believe that they should be a part of the regular city council meeting for a number of reasons, as some of those that I state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would
There.
I thought that it would be where the meeting would just start at 5:30 and that we would do the presentation first and then we would go to the, I didn't know that it was a separate meeting that was not noticed, because the last couple of meetings I didn't notice. So that was my understanding, that we would start the meeting at 5:30 and then go to the presentation and then get to the meeting. That's how I thought.
Okay, and I think that was the end. And we're going to do presentations first. And let me back up to Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Of course, we fully support. We want to hear from them. On our business meeting, we've experienced here when you and the mayor decided only about 18 presentations.
15.
And it took 45 minutes.
That's not every.
Yeah, but that's the problem. That's the problem with me. We're here for business on those days. Now, if there's a short 10, 15 minute update, that's different.
Yeah, that's what we do all the time. We've been doing that.
But now then you and Mayor, y'all have these great presentations. And that's
One time,
No,
Chair.
No, that was more than one time. So,
That was when we had to swear in. That was our swear
it
in.
really cuts into time for business. That's my point.
Their
And-
monthly
and-
updates
and-
are not like that, Chair. That's not the way we do our
And,
monthly.
and residents have, I won't say complained, they just thought it should be done differently.
Again, the monthly update is what I'm talking about right now.
Okay.
They are not, and you can go back and check the monthly updates have not been 30, 45 minutes. They are typically less than 5 minutes is the month.
Yes, monthly up is different from presentation. I mean,
Yeah.
board.
Right, I agree.
Yeah.
Chair,
Thank you. I believe that you're talking about when we swore in the youth council, and that can be done during our annual swearing in, similar as when we're sworn in. Youth council should be during the actual meeting for legislative updates, similar to how we had our legislators give the update today, because it's an actual extension of the board that's governed under the sunshine, and the council has to abide by that. Also, the meeting has to be properly noticed. So I agree that we need to start the meeting at 5:30 with the plans, but let's make sure the chair, you work with your staff and the city manager to make sure it's properly outlined on the agenda so that it could be pledge of allegiance, roll call, items that are actually going to be awards and presentations, and then are we going to go into consent after that? So we're going to just flow through the entire meeting. So we'll be starting the third meeting with the second meeting of the month at 5:30. And I think that will just resolve the issue, because my concern was we're not properly noticing and we don't have for the record any documentations of the proclamations that we read. So it's not going to be actually in the backup if we did it the way we were doing. So to your point, let's just start at 5:30, and any other updates from youth council or legislative updates would be during the regular meeting.
Now, how are you going to address the certificate that presentation that y'all sometimes like to have? And
But so we did that for when we swore them in and the All-American. That is it. If it wasn't for the All-American, it'd only been one time. We don't
I
give
remember,
certificates to them
okay,
every month.
nine's been two.
So, Chair.
Huh?
Nine's been two, all American. But that.
But I'm just saying, if we don't give out certificates to the kids every week, every month, that's never happened.
No.
We give an update where we do a PowerPoint. And that's it. That's what we do every month. That's the updates that we do.
My point is 30, 40 minutes.
It's not, Chair, 30, 40 minutes, you're harping on something that happened once a year.
It didn't happen once.
You-
Okay.
All right, so Chair,
David
Chair,
Bernier.
Okay, so there's times that we watch the video and then you have spoken and then the two of you spoken. So it does seem like it's a long time. I'm not saying it's 40 minutes every time. So can we just give a time limit or it can be a council meeting? I'm great with that. I think it's very interesting for them. But if you said 5 minutes, okay, so I'm saying, okay, let's just give us a limit and we move on with it. And if during the council meeting, as I think we all feel
Right.
that that's important.
Yeah.
And I think
And you're on record saying 5 minutes.
So Chair, I recommend that, you know, we talked about, second, third Wednesday, that it officially starts at 5:30. We can do it for the utility
Okay, we
district
still do it
once a month,
5:30.
5:30. We start that
Regular
meeting at
agenda.
regular agenda. We start the meeting at 5:30. Presentation go first. Let me say.
Mr. Chair.
So that would mean that it was just like the utility district, we started at 5:30.
Okay.
We just do it once a month.
Okay, we've got how many public comment cards?
We'll have a,
We have
a
one.
question, one more comment, sir.
Okay, and they can start coming up. Like,
Sam Losman.
So when they're presenting policy or recommendations for resolutions or ordinances, that clearly is not a presentation, right? So that will be conversations between them and the board. And I hope we understand that's not gonna be a 5-minute thing when that starts happening.
even if you have substantive issue that needs to be a time limit, it still can't be 30, 40 minutes. No.
Why are you on 30, 40 minutes,
Because
sir?
it cuts into the time that we're here.
That is not what I'm talking about. I don't understand what you don't understand is that if they are here to have a conversation about policy, that's what I'm talking about. Having conversations, not doing PowerPoint. I'm talking about an actual policy that they will be bringing forth to the council. Now, if you want to ask questions and make it be 30, 40 minutes, that would be on you, but that's not what we're looking to do.
Okay. As long as it's not. Okay, Mr. Logan. Are you going to speak, Mr. Logan, on this item?
Yeah, it was an addition.
It was B or D, right?
It was an addition.
It was an addition. It was added to the agenda, and it's about awards and presentations, whether we're going to do them separately or at the regular business meeting. Wait, can't nobody hear you.
Acoustics in this room are really terrible. So I heard nothing you said at the beginning of the meeting as far as moving items off the agenda, moving up to the back. So I'm not exactly sure which of them we're talking about. That's not my comment.
Okay.
But there needs to be some kind of accommodation, maybe an updated agenda to put on that table so people know what's been moved around. I have no idea what was.
Okay, we'll look into that. Thank you very much. Okay, closing comments. Interim City Manager.
Closing comments are going to be done by Dr. Sterling. She's going to go through a list of some of the items that were brought up today that we're going to go over Monday morning.
Okay, Dr. Harris.
Yes, good evening, council. Staff will bring back the following items and or updates. Cost estimate of the pool, any updates by 2GHO on Dan Calloway Park project, an update on the Swim on the Go program, expedited plan from procurement on the Dan Calloway project at the second meeting in September, include updates to the noise ordinance in the second reading. Those will come back at that time. An update will be provided to residents that mentioned that she sent something to the clerk. So clerk will provide an update to that resident. We will continue to provide updates on the Everett Resort development
Third Wednesday's presentations will go first at 5:30. Youth council updates will be treated as legislative updates. So starting third Wednesdays, we'll do business as normal.
So it'll still be the third Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any additional items?
You did. Mr. Turner,
Chair.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only comments, there was a letter passed out the last meeting, Celeste on the Trail. I know the attorney had received it, and I just wanted to make sure if we could get with the attorney to discuss that matter. I drove by the project. It's actually almost complete, but they can't do the water connections, and that's part of the discussion with the concerns and the disagreement with the fee. I do want to get that property on the tax roll as soon as possible, so if we can work out some type of means to bring and give direction for our council once he reviews the item with you and go from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I didn't hear what are you talking about?
There was a letter passed out, Celeste on the Trail.
The what?
And there was a letter passed out. Yeah, the sound is bad, like
Yeah.
you said. There was a letter at the last meeting passed out for Celeste on the Trail. It's a development over on Military. And this attorney Wynn asked the board to meet with her staff last week to address it. So if we can make time to meet with her to address the letter and the concerns, because the developer's trying to get their water connections connected so that they can begin a rental, but they have a disagreement with the fee and the figure. So they wanted to actually go that process of discussing an option of settling the amount and then litigation with the attorney so that they could proceed with actually completion of the unit and get it on our tax roll.
Okay.
And Attorney Wynn was going to set up meetings with them.
Councilwoman Davis Bernier. Vice Chair Spirited.
I'd like to congratulate you, Chair, on your 35 years of government service. That's a tough thing to reach, and congratulations. Well done. I just want to remind people on Singer Island that I understand on September 2nd, I believe, September 2nd to September 3rd, the Turnberry project is going to be heard by the City Council. So if you have a position one way or another, please show up and express your opinion. Nothing else. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair. Councilwoman Lanier.
I would like to briefly address the letter that was read into the record at our most recent CRA meeting regarding the request for legal representation and legal expense. I did not anticipate the matter being added to the agenda that evening. However, I want to be clear about my position. For the last 7 years that I have had the privilege of serving on this council, I have prided myself on being transparent with the residents of Riviera Beach. I believe that when matters arise involving the city, whether they are good, bad, or uncomfortable, the public deserves to know what is happening. I do not believe the situation should be treated any differently, particularly because the legal matter reference relates to my service as a Riviera Beach City Councilperson and a CRA Commissioner. I have a responsibility and, quite frankly, a moral obligation to make sure that nothing involving public business is unnecessarily hidden from the people we serve. But I also want to address the larger issues because this is bigger than me. As was articulated by another member of this council, elected officials have a right to legal counsel. Not everyone who chooses to serve their community has thousands of dollars readily available to defend themselves simply because someone files a complaint, initiates an ethics investigation, or becomes involved in a civil matter related to the official duties. Filing of a complaint or the initiation of an investigation is not a determination of wrongdoing. We should never create a system where only wealthy people can to serve in public office. A working class resident should not be afraid to run for office because one complaint or an investigation could financially devastate them before the facts are even determined. And frankly, I am disappointed by the position this board has taken on that broader issue. Any one of us sitting on this day in which it has could face a complaint tomorrow. Even a complaint that is ultimately determined to be unfounded can require an elected official to immediately retain counsel and to spend thousands of dollars simply to protect themselves and respond appropriately. If we are not careful, that becomes another barrier to public service. Good people will look at the financial risk associated with holding office and decide that serving their community simply is not worth jeopardizing their family's financial security. The city already has a policy addressing legal representation, and legal expenses. I believe we should consider amending our current policy to include a clear process that allows reasonable legal fees to be authorized and paid upfront when elected official appointed official, officer, or employee requires legal representation for a matter arising from or related to the performance of their official duties. This is not about giving anyone an unlimited legal budget or writing a blank check with taxpayer dollars. It's about making sure that protections contained within our policies are actually accessible to the people they are intended to protect. Because requiring someone to personally come out of pocket for thousands or potentially tens of thousands of dollars and then seek reimbursement afterward does not provide meaningful protection to someone who simply does not have that kind of money readily available. A person's ability to defend themselves is a matter arising from their public service, should not depend on the size of their bank account. This is a principle that I firmly stand behind. Thank you. That's what I want to read into the record. The second question I have is the process for the Parks and Recs director. Where is that?
I know that we've completed the list. We have some qualified applicants, and we're moving forward. We're getting ready to start doing interviews.
So what?
We've compiled a list. I know that we have a list of some qualified applicants, and we're going to start the interview process.
Oh, you're starting the interview process for that.
I'm sorry. I didn't
You're
hear you.
starting the interview process for the Parks and Recs director.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a timeline, like when you guys gonna start doing that?
I don't have that readily available, but I'll make sure I get that to you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, let me just say for the record about that letter being read when I was approached. Maybe I misunderstood. It was my understanding that you requested that it be read into the record. Did you request that letter be read into?
Yeah, I requested it to be read into I requested it to be put on the agenda. I didn't, I sent it on Monday. I didn't think it would be put on and read days later. I thought it would be put on the item. I didn't think it would be actually, that's why I wasn't here. Never sent the expectation that would be on the agenda that same act. That's why I said what I said, because if that were the case, I would have been here. But I was down in Miami for the conference. So I sent something on Monday, and then it was the agenda. I did not know that was going to happen.
Yeah, when I was approached, my understanding that was your request. That's why I might have misunderstood.
No. It was my request, but not for that meeting a day later.
Oh, okay.
It was for a request because I wanted to have an opportunity to read to get any information that they need to have about it, but I didn't expect it to 24 hours later.
I'm sorry. It must have been a miscommunication.
That's okay.
I do apologize if we didn't want that to happen. Okay, Ms. Miller and Councilwoman Miller
I have nothing.
and I have nothing. Meeting